It's been a long time since you've seen her. Could have been 3 years or more. Will she be waiting when we dock, boys? Or like the others, will she be gone?
It's one more pull, boys, that'll do, boys. Soon we'll draw alongside, hoist her upward, swing her inboard, for the journey's nearly done. Well, you're looking mighty smart, boy, dressed up in your number ones. You scrounged a new blade from the purser to scrape the bum fluff from off your chin. It's one more pull, boys, that'll do, boys. Soon we'll draw alongside, hoist her upward, swing her inboard, for the journey's nearly done.
When we fixed those bow and stern lines, and you've scuttled down the gangway, if she's waiting there, just kiss her, turn around, give us a smile.
It's one more pull, boys, that'll do, boys. Soon we'll draw alongside, hoist her upward, swing her inboard, for the journey's nearly done. Well, we too will go ashore soon, get drunk in the clubs and bars, and stagger homeward, pockets empty, like so many times before. It's one more pull, boys, that'll do, boys. Soon we'll draw alongside, hoist her upward, swing her inboard, for the journey's nearly done.
Well, a man may take a wife, boy, and a man may take a mistress, but a sailor has his ship, boys, and his mistress, it is the sea.
It's one more pull, boys, that'll do, boys. Soon we'll draw alongside, hoist her upward, swing her inboard, for the journey's nearly done. It's one more pull, boys, that'll do, boys. Soon we'll draw alongside, hoist her upward, swing her inboard, for the journey now is done.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Welcome. I hope everybody can see some stuff. I kind of went back and forth if I wanted to do a, like, zoomed-in kind of snapshot. Oh, no, don't do that. Ooh, don't do that. I'm learning. Camera will freak out. Or if I should do just a cam stream. I went with cam stream because I'm just gonna mostly be me yapping anyway, so I figured might as well see me when I do it. So, I guess first of all, we made it. Congratulations, everyone. We made it through 2 years of organized play. You know, it's a, man, that's something when you really think about it, right? Like, we've come a long way. So what I'm going to do today, I went back and forth a lot on how I should go about this. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to read everyone's epilogues with some embellishment when needed to explain what they attempt to do and what they hope to do. At first, I was going to have there be clashes and roles, but after thinking about it last night, because I was up till like 4 a.m. working on this, I think what I'm going to do instead is go with, instead of worrying so much about whether or not a player was successful in what they want their epilogue to do, instead I will leave it open-ended as that is what they attempt to do. And only the future will tell if they were successful. But that's only really for those that actually tried to, like, force something to happen. The hardest part was reading through everyone's epilogues and determining what would be Corvanis's ending. Not just your personal ones, but what would Corvanis look like from all of your various influences to the current state of play in Alienglast. So, that is what I will be doing today. I will read through everyone's epilogues. Some things may be different than what you wrote, as I needed to make those changes. Whether it be that someone travels with you that maybe you didn't know when you wrote it, or some other event has happened that might change the outlook of it. Or changes that I made because I have further plans for you, whatever it might be. So, there it is. So we're going to go through all this stuff, read through everybody's things, going through each group. I also thought, in order to keep things kind of fun, I was going to, at the end of each group, give my synopsis on what it was like to run for you guys and, you know, just say some nice stuff probably. But yeah, so that's the plan, just so everybody knows what, you know, what the strategy is going forward. I presume that the epilogue will take probably like an hour and a half to 2 hours of me just yapping. So we'll see. Also, one last thing. Some people, to be clear, there was an incredible amount of variance for the amount of epilogue that I was given. Some people wrote me a sentence. Some people didn't write anything at all. And some people wrote a 16-page document. So in order to make things as fair as possible, some of your epilogues have been cut down, and some of your epilogues have been embellished or written for you. So, one of those things. I was told more is better. Well, yeah, because I'd rather have something to work with than nothing at all. You know what I mean? It's still a level of variance, is all I'm saying. Okay. Without further ado, let's get this party started. I put everybody on a stage. I thought that was appropriate. Let me check the... Okay, that looks right. All right, let us begin with Ancients and Ages. Is this the right song to play? This feels kind of sad. I don't really want sad. It is the Song of the Seven. Hold on, let me think of something else here. Maybe song I remembered. That's also a sad song, but that's better, I think. Okay. Okay, here we go. Ancients and Ages. Rain. Rain aids the broken brothers and attempts to heal the broken oaks and establish a presence with the druids and the storm energies that flow through the ley lines. He seeks a balance of man and nature, of will and order. And through the long years of his life, works with the archdruid to see that the storms of war are quelled, and that which was broken is healed once more. Ratu. Ratu arrives at the Grinning Gambler with heavy pockets. He reunites with his siblings, those still breathing and not behind bars, using the gold he gets to a family well established. The name Gouda, once a childish joke between the alleyways and the backroom brawls, becomes something else entirely. A name that could bring good coin or a quick death. Business grows, and opportunities multiply. After 14 months abroad, facing constant danger, strange magic, and unearthing the twisted legacy of a dead wizard, Ratu finally allows himself a moment to breathe. Being home in Dalton is a rare kind of peace, even in the chaos. With a technique that lets him vanish into shadow and strike without warning, and poison more than just flesh, Ratu became a threat most would rather avoid. He's become the answer to every quiet death and vanishing act, whether he had anything to do with it or not. Once things get settled, a letter arrives from Jenzo. With no way to reply across the continents, Ratu sends for a mage and uses sending to respond. His share is waiting, and if Jenzo ever finds himself in trouble in Dalton, the name Ratu will carry enough weight to get him out. He also tells him to come visit once he's back in Dalton. Turn this down just a little bit. In the years that follow, Ratu builds something resembling a life. He meets another skilled rogue, they get married, and have children. He teaches them what he knows, not just how to fight or hide, but how to watch a room, how to move when no one is looking, and how to strike when no one expects it. The Gouda legacy becomes something more than just gold and muscle. It becomes method, passed down quietly. He manages the family's holdings, and with precision, smuggling routes, secured contacts, silent favors old across Dalton, the name Gouda opens doors now and closes others permanently. But comfort brings little satisfaction. The gold is nice, the respect is convenient, but it's not the same as crawling through forgotten vaults, navigating magical traps, or beating trials of the gods. By 40, Ratu has everything: gold, reach, power, and family. And yet, the edge never dulls. The itch never fades. Dalton sleeps, but Ratu doesn't. Not really. Somewhere out there, there is still something worth chasing. So one night, with little warning, he packs light, says goodbye, and vanishes down a quiet road headed towards another adventure. just like the old days, his daggers at his side, silent, familiar, and sharp as ever. He says he will return, because rats survive, and Ratu doesn't die easy. Aurora. After the battle, Aurora would go and learn more about the magic that she wields and the Black Hand, traveling across Corvanis, looking to find her brother and farther. Whether or not she finds them, she would try going to the Western Rebellion and settle down. A quiet life would be what the woman would seek, but there is a calling in her blood, a whisper in her magic, one of distant stars and glittering motes in the astral sea. For the black sun haunts her dreams, and one day she disappears, her fate unknown except to those upon Zatkel. Fabio. After the events that led him taking on his new role, Fabio would go on to do the following, thanks to the aid of Raquel, aiding any of the Antvanti or family in need that he can where he goes. He would guide them to safe havens, primarily to Teo once the call for the Exodus is made. Since they had shown care for his people, the brothers also would find themselves under Fabio's protective arm. He would end up accepting his birth name and given one as his own. He would go to the Adventurers Guild in the once broken Oaks in search of Ophelia's mother or closest kin, informing them of the unfortunate passing of their daughter. He would go to Arcadum, paying respects to Permonio's grave and where Robert's body was cremated, etching their names upon the seat of oblivion that oversees the camp in a minor and most likely futile way of ensuring that they are remembered. As he finishes his etching, the power of Raquel, sympathetic to his feelings, infuses them so that the stone might not fade by the wind and water's kiss, and the changing of seasons would find the stone words immutable. While there, he would go into the city, ensuring that he would do all he could to free his companions from their accursed fate, should their souls still be tormented there. But there instead, he would find peace and release. As the grip of Tyr's madness over the continent has been forever unshackled, and their souls burn bright and free as stars in the astral sea. He would then go to the north, passing by where he and Ophelia had died, and leave flowers and pay his respect. He would continue to Mournhall, where he would go to the hill where he once left Brainor to his fate, and pay his respects there. He would ask Raquel, since she has the power to send where, if he could have a chance at getting the Kosai's mother out of prison before it floods. He would beg her to right this wrong. But in these teachings, it is revealed that to change such a thing may change the future, and the peace that Corvanis would seek. Raquel does not mean to be unfair or unkind, but some things must be. He would pass by the caves near the ice flows, where his grandeur knew he once met Lance, his brother Albi, and the druid Fane, and he would pay respects to the memories that they had shared. He would go to Shade Row, the place that his mentors, Freya Hassad and the dwarf Cord Cragmaul, once had their estate many, many years ago, before it was turned to ash. Going to that graveyard where he had asked for them to have a memorial plaque, he would also pay his respects, speaking to the stones of his gratitude for their escape of him and the life that they had given him, and knowing that he was trained for understanding, and accept that he no longer needs the mask that they gave him when they gave him his new name, and that this time he faced the burdens that he would carry. His final stop would be where his tribe once was, within the forests of the Three Kings that spanned from Shade Road to Saltbriar. Having feared returning here after he had prepared the area of his memorial, he would clean out the roots and dirt and the debris that has come with time from all the stones and cairns he once set and the ruins that would still be there. He would go to his parents' graves and tell them of his journey and pay his final respects. Here, he would close up the grave that he had prepared for himself all those years ago. With this act, he would ask Raquel in this life if his twin sister Aframana was still alive. And with it, he would receive wonderful news. It would seem that the terrors of the world have yet to touch her, and that she lives a life anew. He is resolved to allow her to do so. And so, Fabio Musa Django Hassad, survivor of the Impegka tribe, would ask the following of Raquel. I ask this of you, not as a means of rudeness, but appreciation. What you bear really is a heavy burden, one that all my lifetimes combined might not even compare to. You may consider this an oath, or a pact, whichever the correct definition of it is. Should you need aid in this life, nor in any other my soul should experience, call for me and remind me. In return, I ask for nothing more than you should need an ear to talk to, or a friend to speak with, or any other semblance of mortal bond, that you know I will oblige to be on the other end. After all, we must bear our burdens, but I suppose it does not need to be alone. Fabio's oath, however, is unneeded, his service to Raquel just beginning, and as he awakens to the Vagan sight, he understands truly what time is. He would see the fabric of it, the swirling threads from a shattered circle, the maddening task of its repair, and the true burden of Raquel. And so, whilst keeping an eye on his comrades, he would assist with Raquel, occasionally visiting them, sometimes as himself and sometimes as a shadow. In the end, he finds himself standing beside Raquel, and to his surprise, Braenor, a warrior of fate bound by Etaf. He too would serve alongside Fabio, and an old friend would join him on his now extended life. And lastly, in the end, in a moment of respite and rest, he will ask a final question to Raquel, to witness the timelines in which all of those that he held dear, to check upon them, to see them from start to end, so that he might never forget them. And so, Fabio of Tried Emenhike will be left to both the hands of fate and his own. Jenzo. As Jenzo prepares for the battle on the wall, and the final vestiges of evil to be struck down, he would gather his courage, and at last would properly pray to Lord Trinos to thank him for the second chance, referencing not just the resurrection after his trial, but the trial itself, where Jenzo overcame his cowardice to do the right thing for once in his life. He would tell Lord Trinos about the coming battle, and his willingness to go all out with his chosen power, no matter the cost. It is with no small disappointment that Jenzo's chance to show the power of his lord did not come. For the whims of fate and the waves of the future came crashing down upon the demon wastes. Agamemnon and the demonic incursion were wiped away by a singular cleave of magic. As Jenzo observes, the whispers of his lord offer not disappointment, but opportunity. For his dedication shall be rewarded, and there is always more challenges to be seen. After that, he would write letters to his brother Hanzo, to Ratu, to Rain, and ask Raquel to deliver them. In the letter for Hanzo, he would express this love for this family and notify them of his death, should he die. In the letter for Ratu, Jenzo would thank him for saving his life in the sunken city, and for stopping him when he turned against himself. He would also gift his share of the money to Ratu, even though Ratu had already taken it. And in his response, Ratu would ensure that his share is still there, and awaiting Dalton, and awaiting embrace from the family Gouda. In the letter for Rain, Jenzo would thank him for his help, apologize for getting him into all the trouble, and tell him to seek knowledge about the Green Pantheon. And then Jenzo, before she left, would offer flying lessons, so that she too might learn to master the sky and the black sun blood within. After the events at the wall, Jenzo would gift his hat to Bongo and tell him its story. Then he would make a necklace out of the scale he took from Stella whilst under the influence of the Marquis. It would be a lucky talisman and a memento. After that, he would pray to Raquel and offer her to be in her service for the rest of his life, and repay all her help, and to redeem his many mistakes. He would ask about the fate of Fabio and Dakin. Then he would travel Corvanis to all the places that were affected by his group's misdeeds, trying to help and right as many wrongs as he could, perhaps journeying with Bongo and Aurora a short time. And then he would journey to Dalton. He would visit his old friend Ratu and praise him on the family he had made. He would walk the sacred forests of the blood of his skinwalker self. He would stand in the presence of the great dark trees of the Shapeless One. And then Raquel would call for him to act as her agent alongside Fabio and alongside Braynor. It is said that sometimes a man in a bandana with a strange accent, kind eyes, and a steadfast heart can be seen at campfires or inns with a bottle of rum in his hand, singing a song called The Rat from Dalton. Bongo. Bongo's swirl of emotions, regrets, and the triumphs assault his mind as he told Raquel to send him to the wall. And it is her words, sorrow brings wisdom, that calm the storm in his mind. In this peace that makes no sense for a battlefield, Bongo would fight his sorrow, his anger, and regret away at the wall. He would do so alongside Aurora and Jenzo. He would make sure that the reflection of his travels, the respect for Jenzo's courage, recognized by the mighty Lord Trinos and Aurora in such a short time, and their mastery of spells in the arcane. But he would find no battle there. He would see the wastes fade, Agamemnon and his forces rendered inert as the magics that made them are undone. With the Battle of Corvanis decided in other planes and other spaces, the collective force of good awashing the land in verdant healing, Bongo would be made anew. No longer the man who made the mistakes whilst traveling with ancients and ages, Bongo looks at his staff reminiscing on Fabio, then at his splint, Mikael Grace. Bongo sets out on this adventure to have the stories to tell his brother Mikael before he found him. And so many stories does he have. Bongo would invite Jenzo and Aurora to travel with him for a time, while Bongo searches for his brother. Upon their finding, and their eyes meeting again after all these years, Bongo and Mikael rush towards each other to greet one another with their secret handshake. Skidding to a halt in front of the other, and then slamming a right hook into each other's cheek. And with fists still connected to their cheeks, gut punching with their left fists, and then ending it all together with the last step, a mighty clap as their hands meet. Bongo feels at this time that he will win this arm wrestling match, that he would finally defeat Mikael. And much to his own surprise, Bongo wins for the first time. Bongo is shocked, and he and Mikael laugh afterward, marking the beginning of catching up with one another, sharing the stories of strength and grief, confusion, and resolve. At the end of two crazy tales of adventuring greenskin orcs, two things are made clear. Bongo is still Bongo, and Mikael is still Mikael. After catching up with his brother, Bongo would travel Corvanis some more, sometimes with friends, and sometimes alone. He would spread his name as far and as wide as he could as the Music Maverick. He would visit Rain and the Kosai brothers. He would eventually meet Cleveland, become confused, although his bird is nice. Bongo and Donnie Ogerson would have a yearly duel until First Blood, and then after a few years of fame and glory, legend and myth, Bongo would seek to build a family of his own, one built on love, laughter, music, and passion. At the end of his life, he would pass on his 5 most treasured possessions, each of them going to one of his children. His quarterstaff, Fabio Hassad, his splint mail, Mikael Grace, the amber nail, his own original hat, and the bucket. And so ends the tale of Ancients and Ages. Running them was quite the trip. One of the things I enjoyed the most was seeing them come into their own as role players. There are many of them that doubted themselves, many of them still, that I think may even have regrets. But I know that to act as you do, with faith in your actions, is a worthy thing, and it was my pleasure to run for them. And so, they fade into history. Bound and broken. Simon. I wish I could do Simon's voice for a long period of time, because he wrote it all from his perspective. A short time. I can't do it, though. A short time after the passing of my great and benevolent father, I inherited my new role as the Dawn of the City of Glass, Not only was I charged with the responsibility of continuing the family business, but also with the draconic legacy running through my veins. In the beginning, I was confused by the decision of my beloved Amphibibae when she chose to be far away from my loving arms, followed by the engagement of my dear friend Fane. I was perplexed, unable to even whisper sweet nothings to my Illume. For the first time, my heart felt empty, empty of feeling and desires. All I had left was my unfinished goals and dreams. Dreams of reuniting with my mother and bringing her back with me, where she would be happy until the end of her days, and then to finally become the bard I had always wanted to be. But even now, as the hero of Corvanis, my goals remained out of my reach. There were many loose ends in my way. I made my first move by building a new network of merchants and goons, whose main job was to distribute various types of drugs and bombs crafted by my own hand to any commoner, noble, or adventurer seeking them in Corvanis. At the same time, I erased any competition into oblivion until the fame of my name reached the masses. The next step was to plant my seed by traveling to the main cities of Corvanis, accompanied by my new boy band filled with the finest of elven singers. I had Fane pick some of them out. This concert tour featured songs representing the ideas of freedom, the use of magic, and stories of a stoic group of broken bonds overcoming their adversities throughout the journey across Corvanis. My plan was always to give a little bit of myself to every place I went, and getting into the hearts of the crowds, encouraging their fertility, their unity, and sometimes a little disruption through the songs, while also promoting trust in the colors, with a special emphasis on the green. I know Fane would like that. And in the final stop on our journey, we visited the Pale City. We would cripple any future attempt they might make to rise to power again. Sorry. Only when the Great Hightower Guild takes its rightful place will I finally settle down. Oh man, I'm sorry. That was a good one. Fane. My steps have become burdened, yet for once that burden is welcome. The mantle I bear signifies a new purpose of progress, safety, and of home. There we go, that's better. My position is one that allows me the privilege of guiding those desperate and seeking solitude in the warmth of the city of glass. Dreams opened to the healthy influence of the newly seeded cavern, acting as a guide for those my people need. There is comfort in the familiarity of it all. Mazakim at my side, Simon bringing chaos and the honest enthusiasm of Velheim acting as a stabilizer to the bureaucracy of the city, now viewing me as an individual of influence. Time ebbs and flows, and through my actions drift to Elsie, and though my thoughts drift to Elsie and Caspian, I cannot linger upon them. Action must be taken, so I will do all that I can in this position. So in this position, I will seek to return those who have fallen to the use of the Blight, either as welcome members by removing their harmful twist of our strength. Our numbers must be bolstered. Time will solve this wound, but action will expedite it. To use a united effort to reclaim and repopulate the abandoned groves. To establish the Keepers as a formal sect, dedicated to the keeping, safeguarding, and distribution of knowledge, so that all may come and shed their ignorance. To send missives those to the stillborn grove and to Gur, to form a coalition of reclamation, bringing the old circles and the dwarvish cities back into the hands of those that should claim that land. For the West will stand with the dwarves, and our ancient rivalries will be put aside for a vestige of peace. To speak with the awoken Eldar, currently working with the Dwergar, and the same efforts of that allegiance. And upon the use of this peace, to seek an allegiance with a similar place, in the city of Noda, and the oddly named Lord Lightning Rod. Make contact with the Council of Saphira, seeking that word is spread of a budding skinwalker population in the West, and inviting those that were cursed by Gaze in Iraq to find safety and community within our comfort. Word to be given to the Brass Baron and to Matheria, that the process of unification and the changes that will spread within their factions, not under the pretense of peace to them or to curry favor. For I will speak, and they will listen, not as a grave site to be conquered, but instead, the people may choose their leaders. Petty squabbles over land may occur, but in the interest of all life, that the Druid's work is allowed to flourish, and that the wound of the ley lines may be healed, though it may be a far cry from a sealed and clean one. Eventually, in time, I would cleanse and rebuild the Coast of Souls, remaining that settlement to Lemierna, which means mooring in Irish, in the reference to Seamus O'Fallon. Yet a plan of a few years is a shallow drop in the pool of my lifespan, so I will seek comfort while she still walks beside me. Orange strands of hair denoting the drive that embeds itself with every step, twin disciplines of cultivating safety and a home to exist in, and the will to bleed dry any who disturb the peace. Yet in the quiet times, I am most calmed by this, the soft furs and the gentle times to remedy the hostility of the road, however long it may take. I guess I finally have my answer I looked for in Haikyo. I know why she travels with me. She will meet my family, though I need not make them like her. I know my father's will. His drive is parallel to her journey of fighting off threats and eventually simmering the flame of anger into a hearth of home. My mother would support any decision that I make, though I know she is of a gentle nature, so too is a mother bear when tolerating the energy of her cubs. Shay, my baby brother, would do well with a more affirming influence to knock off the arrogance of prodigy. And Anfa, I don't know. I still yet do not know her fate. I can only hope that she is welcoming. Marriage is inevitable, though the formalities of the Skinwalker ceremony are lost on me, but I will attempt to learn them. In time, perhaps, I can close the circle fully. Children and family to let rise the heavy mantle and claim a safer Corvanis as their home. I just hope that they do not resent me my long life, nor their mother's, her short one. Mazakim. My body and heritage is restored, empowered by my ambitions. No longer clouded with revenge and hatred, my sight is clear. My ancestors can proudly look upon me once again. I carry the effigy of my grandsire with pride, as it has kept a connection even through dark times, quietly guiding. I now understand that I turned my eyes away from compassion for others for so long, afraid I would end up like my mother, when instead I doomed myself by turning close-minded like my father. Just like he found my mother, I found Fane, someone with goodwill and empathy, trying to do the right thing for everyone, always trying to see the good in people. Something I couldn't understand for so long, a connection felt. I tried to empower him, protect his life, that he ever so willingly endangered for others, including me. I understand him a lot more now. He gave me a second chance when others had given up, so I will take his kindness and forward it. He entrusted me with the power of the orange, a force of ambition. I will guide to restore the green pantheon in this land, for I am a daughter of Dalton, and will become the fury of nature, enforcing the rules set by Fane to bring back peace and order to this continent. May the wagon runner bless my hunts, and the shapeless one guide my strikes, so that I can bring ruin upon those that aim to destroy what has been restored. For those that won't listen to the guiding words of Fane, they shall answer to my claw. The consequence of disregarding nature. I am a guardian fueled by the orange, bound by self-given ambition, to see his goals fulfilled and restore my heritage and connection with the Green Pantheon. Now that our year-long party disbands, pursuing their own goals, I will stay in the City of Glass. With Fane now Archdruid, he finally gets the status and recognition he deserves, and with my demonic side undone, I can embrace him once again, the way that I had always wished. The time has come for me to address and unite the skinwalkers of this continent, spread the laws of the Green Pantheon, and make them aware that they are closer to nature than anyone besides them. So it is their duty to guard as well what they hold dear, and embrace the wild in their blood, connect with each other. Just as the druids will walk new paths, so they must as well. The time of idling is over. There is rebuilding to be done. Not all of them are fighters. Not all of them are fighters, but they are all born with instincts that will guide them, bodies that will aid them. Land, water, air. There is no terrain that we cannot overcome. Spread. Make our grandsire proud, and hunt those that would harm nature. Let me feel your ambition and fury. For now I will travel by Fane's side, meet his family in the ice floes, guard him while he makes his new connections with trade partners and reforms the druidic circles of the land. I will overcome my short life if I must, for I do not wish for him to walk this path alone. Caspian. I used to think I understood what this world was. I thought I saw things clearly when I first arrived, but I was still ignorant of the world, of people, of what they cling to, and why they let themselves fall apart. I thought it was weakness. Maybe it still is. Would I change anything if I could go back? Be better? Kinder? No. If anything, I'd be less apologetic about the choices I made. I came here to claw my way higher, not out of ambition, but perspective. I needed to see if a place like this could be changed, where one faith reigned and all others were forced down into the dirt. I thought if I climbed high enough, I'd find the answer. I did. The higher I stood, the more I understood, the more I felt it. And when the time came for me to let go of what I was, to become real, it just made sense. There was no ceremony in it, just clarity, cold, direct, and complete. Before I left, I said my goodbyes, called in a few favors, paid back a few debts. For the first time, I had a moment to sit down and proselytize to someone on this continent. I didn't expect to. I was reluctant about it, honestly, especially with how Velheim tends to be about such things. If he hadn't asked so earnestly, I probably would have just waved him off, told him to take his silly jokes elsewhere. But I owed him that much. It wasn't about conversion, just offering a structure to hold on to, if he wanted it. And then I walked on. The mantle of the silent night settled over me without resistance. It wasn't something I sought, but it felt familiar. Like I'd been wearing it long before anyone noticed. I don't carry it for legacy or image. I carry it because it lines up with what I already am. Woad still guides me. Own too, I suppose. Together they form something steady, something that makes sense. So long as that holds, I'll keep moving, and when the balance tips too far, I will act. When the dream begins to pull at the wrong threads, I will be there, not to be thanked, just to do the work. That's what being real means. The world fractures aren't just ideas to me, they are pressure, noise. I can't ignore them, so I don't. I may never find another of my kind. The real are few, scattered, perhaps lost. But I hope, even still, that others walk paths of their own, carrying that same weight, and refusing as I do to stand still in a world that leans too far. And when the time came, as the mortal coils of each of my companions slipped past their limitations, it was I that stood on the edge of the dream to escort them to what awaits them. As Mazakim sits in the great circle with her grandsire howling to the moon, awaiting her fane, so too are they joined by Simon. So too are they joined by our friends. And when Fane, the longest lived of us other than myself, he too would join us in the great dream. And there I would stand vigil, and I would be reminiscent of how far the world may lean without the balance of one's friends. Velheim. I spent the last 8 years of my life working towards one goal, bringing peace to Corvanis. Now it has been done. My journey is now over. Well, it is more appropriate to say that a chapter of it is, and now I look towards the future. Although with so many opportunities, it is hard to decide. Archdruid Fane will need emissaries, and someone who knows how to traverse the murky waters of politics and nobility. And even though my education was cut short, I can offer advice and help where needed, as an emissary when necessary. With Caspian now gone from the continent, someone with a connection to the gods of the dream is needed, in case anything happens to the circle of the dream. Needing a new source for my divine power, I decided to go with them, as I'm already familiar with them, and Lord Owen saved myself and Fane back when we were dealing with the Mad Wizard. On the day of the planting, Fade told me that I was undecisive, that I myself don't know which would be better, to lay down the sword for good and to pick up the pen, or continue my days as a swordsman. He was right, but the more I thought about it, the more I thought it wasn't so black and white. I chuckled when I arrived at the conclusion that just a few weeks ago, I wouldn't have been able to see gray areas. I guess spending time with an aspect of neutrality has its benefits, and so my decision is clear. I will do both, use of the quill and the sword, whenever the need for each arise. I will support Fane and help the people of the city and the continent rebuild towards a better and brighter future. And one day, when my duty is over, I will go back to where it all started, to my home and rebuild my family's house, and revive our name and restore our honor. But for now, I am Velheim Arthur Freeheart of the City of Glass, paladin of the God of Dreams' own and member of the rebellion. I did my part to save our home from the danger that were the machinations of Tyr, and now I will do my part to rebuild it. And so Velheim did, rebuilding of the City of Glass, of his family name, and the estate in which they lived. His short life was not wasted, and when the time came for him to enter the dream, he too saw Caspian there. But he did not wait with the others. Upon the final death of their party, he decided to accompany Caspian on the threads of the dream. For a servant of Woad must always be balanced by a servant of Own. And so, the two of them continued to serve as silent knights. Elsie. There was an old proverb amongst the elves in the slums of the Pale City. A lie is a truth that we wished realized, and every time I heard it, I dismissed it like a wisdom of fools, but now I understand it with piercing clarity, like an epiphany. As we celebrated our victory over all we'd been through, the lie I kept repeating in my head was beginning to fail. That I could die happy, that I was satisfied that every fight I had been in, and that everything that I had done was more than enough. That I desired nothing but peace that came after the hero's journey. That I was done fighting. I wanted more. I needed more. I had the taste of blood on my tongue, and the wanting ache of my body in battle. I didn't have the thankful praise of a god of nightmares, or the companionship of love, or the desire to rebuild a lineage or even found a family. All I had to show for what I had been through were the trophies I took from my conquests, and this waterborne body of a foreign race that I knew nothing about. I thought I would be left to wander the land, acting as a mercenary, and left wanting for a combat glorious and final. But then there was a blessing in disguise, or rather a dragon. Lander Hightower, the adoptive father of Simon and the dawn of the City of Glass, gave his warmest blessings to Simon and revealed a truth hidden until recently. With the ley lines unbroken, he was no longer bound to the frame of mortality and could embrace his dragon blood once more, revealing himself to be a dragon of green scale. He made it clear his intentions to make up for lost time and chase the fragments of the lost dragon's door. He would go back to Calcatesh and to lands unknown to search for them. It was a perfect opportunity. He was leaving after the celebratory festivities, and I offered my services. Let me fight for him, if only to whet the hunger for battle. And he accepted, promptly taking off with me on his back. I had words to say for my allies, but there was no time except for the final goodbye to the only person I could say I truly enjoyed the friendship of. Maybe if I return to the City of Glass, I can rekindle the friendship with benefits I have with Simon, the now Dawn of the City of Glass and now half-dragon. But for now, I will seek to devote myself to the former Dawn as a loyal enforcer. The Smiling Knight may have killed me once before, but he failed to kill the devil in me. Let any who stand against Lander Hightower tell themselves the lie that they can kill him. They find out the cold, rotten truth that he has a lethal guardian at his beck and call. He shall drown their hope in the deep and rise above their bloodied remains, for Calcatesh awaits. Onwards. A life of brutality and battle would eventually be spent. Elsie returns to the dream as her mortal coil ends. But it is not Caspian that greets her, but rather a darkness. Lord Crowley has come specifically for this bloodthirsty gem to adorn in his mighty crown. For her hunger for battle never sated, there is a place for one such as that. And so, Elsie is made one of the many avatars and weapons in Crowley's arsenal, so that she may finally have what she had always wished: another fight worth having. And so ends the tale of Bound and Broken. The group that was with me the longest, and one that I enjoyed very much so, even through all the growing pains we may have had. It was a privilege to run for each and every one of you. The memories that we made, I hope, will stick with you as they will stick with me. The story that we made together is a great one. And though its ending may be bittersweet, I'm glad that it happened. Thank you, each and every one of you. And so, their tale has come to its end, and they will fade into history. Fields of Fire. Dawson. With a whole year until the week of peace, Dawson will continue adventuring in Calcadesh to pay off the prison fee, but mainly to explore the continent of his heritage. After promising his return back via ascending to Milo and the White Glove, he will welcome any old party member who wishes to join him, or any new face to travel with him on Calcadesh. He would be happy either way. Dawson will not make a contract with a new patron, or follow a deity on Calcadesh. He will live his life by his own agenda, and make the most of each moment. Should the Black Hand remain when he returns a year after, he will readily become his chosen, if the Zyra wishes. But either way, Dawson's ambition is renewed. He will seek life rather than death. He will will himself to live, and fight for a fun-filled and carefree life, one unburdened by judgmental and oppressive eyes for all, including himself, especially himself. During his travels, Dawson finds himself intrigued by the chaotic society of Bloodwave Bay, the mages of Majitol, and the strangeness of his birthplace, the Wild West Batlands. But more than anything, Dawson is excited to visit Dalton, the proud oasis of the Skinwalkers. Touched at how welcome he feels here amidst all the other dark creatures, Dawson will be inspired by Daltonian culture and their way of life. He will seek to bring its unique primal magics, witchcraft, and its people to the Three Kings in Corvanis, and will offer the alchemical ingenuities of Corvanis to Calcadesh in return. In this way, he will act as an ambassador of trade and culture to develop friendly relations between Calcadesh and Corvanis, the country he came from, and the country he's come to call home. Upon his return to Corvanis, Dawson would first tie up his immediate obligations to Milo and the Campbells. He will reunite with his parents and bring them to the Three Kings. He'll help the Dusk Lilies restore Saltbriar to working order. He will use part of the Wheel Whistle estate to establish the WWF, the Weave Walker Foundation, an independent organization based in Flanderton that provides protections and jobs/gang work for refugees, orphans, immigrants, and the displaced people from the recent Corvanian disasters. Remembering how there were wasted people in the abandoned houses in Flanderton, he'll also try to encourage the city to not be so reliant on drugs, and recommend to the head gangs to transform the city into a center of high fashion and luxury, perhaps an entertainment-like capital of Corvanis, one that may attract a certain dawn of the City of Glass. Dawson will have his final talk with Oliver in an attempt to remind him of the friend he is and the joy that they had made together. Hannah, who has been following him around this entire time, he would eventually propose to her in a bathroom and marry her. If they have kids, he'll settle down and build a tavern for them to work at and raise the little ones. He'll build it on a road between Flanderton and Shade Row, so that he can still hear the passerby's tale of adventure and gossip. The tavern will be called the Toothy Grin. But every few years, every now and then, Dawson's heart will stir. The restlessness he feels, a call towards action. His tooth aches as he yearns for new adventures and fun experiences, more trials and troubles, for everything that life could offer. He remains an eager adventurer till the merry end of his life, however long it may be. Hana would travel with Cavity, as it seems as though his fate is still unfinished. She will follow him wherever he goes, all the while keeping in contact with her family and half-sister. Once Cavity has finished what he has sought to do, or after 5 years of time have passed, Hana would offer to Cavity and anyone else still following him to travel with her to Gallows, to see what this group can do to help with the troubles that are still ongoing in her home. She would also, their travels together, form a bond with Cavity, and after some time seek to make a family with him. Over time, she would acquire the means to make a teleportation circle in her home, so that she could freely travel between her home with Cavity and her home in Gallows. Wendell, disgusted by Oliver's actions but not fully sure what he did, he would leave the party for a bit, but still available if needed if something big came up. He would spend the rest of his life as a magical teacher, collecting all the information on spells that he could to teach the youth. Eventually, he would return to Corvanis for one final mission with his old friends Aston and Lyra to free the remaining gladiators from the pits. He would use the money he makes from his merchant business to fund any big projects that help and / improve the final place that he ends up. Celeste. An odd friend and an odder purpose still, Celeste travels with the halfling Cami Slammer, seeking the pestilence of new lands, threatening to wilt those that live there, and to master a newfound passion. Dragon and Moon. Moon will revive Dragon and marry him. Moon will then go to be a healer where it is needed. With Dragon, they will travel being healers and even alchemists and stuff. Moon and Dragon will travel back to Corvanis to help repair the ley lines if they can. If not, they will most likely explore the rest of the world as traveling healers. Dragon would also attempt to set up his own thieves guild, either on Corvanis or on Calcatesh. Oliver. Oliver takes the name Heavy Heart and will aid in the revival of everyone in the party who either died or were killed, including, if possible, Bartholomew Shadowfire, Alex Shale, Captain Salute, and anyone relevant to the Depthar event. And then, in a moment of despair, Oliver will render his soul and the memory of himself to ash, using the strength of the violet. He will render himself to oblivion. However, as the violet light flows through him, he will awaken in the storyteller's field, in that ancient place of blooming life and prismatic sky. There, in the solace of the story, Oliver will meet the others that wielded the violet, joining them as the Seven to provide guidance and hope to all that come after. For each color is an inescapable part of the journey, of the story, of the creation. Someone, like Oliver, will become desperate, will steel their resolve to do what they believe is right. Stagnation requires change, and change will shatter hearts, challenge beliefs, and warp the world. The Seven know that the wheel must turn, even if it seems unfair, even if it does not align with the beliefs of those within it. Change is inevitable and requires its past made open. To ensure such a path, there must always be a traitor. Alrighty. Good stuff, guys. To Fields of Fire, that was a trip. I think when it comes to games that were particularly chaotic, you guys are certainly up there. Inside jokes abound and all that good stuff. I enjoyed myself immensely running for you guys. And it is my hope that you guys enjoyed yourselves as well. The characters that you guys made were unique, and I found that they were really, you really put your all into them. And I can't really hope for anything else as a Dungeon Master, so thank you very much for playing. I enjoyed it immensely, and I hope you did too. But your story has come to its end. And so, Fields of Fire fades into history. I am particularly looking forward to the next wielder of the violet to see Oliver. I think that's going to be fun. Let's see here. Where did I put that song? I think it's this one. I think it's this one. That's good. Whew, that's a lot of yapping. Okay. Okay. There we go. All right. Gallows and Gold. Dominic. Okay. All right, well, that's what they wrote. They wrote. Together with his chocolate queen, they will start a new life of adventure with Inglaeus, supporting Mizo in his conquests and Bing chillin'. He will live the high life and find himself deep in the thick of the war. Live fast and know that his queen likes to roam. Thrill-seeking and maybe even get a proper jacket made. No longer will it say Juicy, but the title he will be remembered by as Godspeed. Also, he and Opal have a whole new set of children and hopefully make their own clan within the continent. The Starfire clan sounds good. That's it. That's all it. I had no notes. To be fair, he's only there for like 3 sessions, so. Run fast, neat ass. Feels good, dude. Alright. Eden / Opal. Eden attempts the following. Upon its chapter close of finishing her work in the Free Cities, she would establish terms with Annabelle on trade and information, seeking to know how and where the city imports of foreign beasts and skinwalkers. She seeks the griffin that was for sale to free it, but will find that it had escaped, as the SCTC failed to keep hold of it. She would assist Teotl and Butler with the information that she gathers during her escapades. Then, Eden will gain a crash course on Glaeus etiquette and culture. She will write a letter of goodbye to Barbados from the Blackberry Inn, establishing an information route through him to keep tabs on Pride Lake and the progress of the area for as long as the courier service would allow. And then, she would travel to Glaeus with Mizo, Dom, and Opal. She would meet Mizo's retainers and have an official Glaeus wedding, making sure that the wedding was documented and seen and officiated and that everything was properly signed. Train and establish her own spy network, not just for Glaeus, but for Corvanis and Calcatesh, keeping track of her companion's exploits and how she can attempt to be of help on a continent so far away. She will even attempt to incorporate the mist of her body into the elements of their training if possible. Eden will use the alchemical knowledge of the foreign land to learn what she can of the strange blood from the demonic construct, the substance that turns the living things to stone, and the evolution of her artificial heart and the mist within her. Eden's many studies, worries, and plans keep Mizo's retainers and staff busy, as do her constant contacts in Alexandria. They are all of them interrupted, however, as the Pale Emperor and his Eclipse begin their second assault on the west. Eden and Mizo once again draw their swords against another tyrant, another infection of avarice, and a new battle to conquer. I will also do Opals. Where did I put Opals? Did I not? Hold on. I may have made an uh-oh. Hold on. I know I put it in here somewhere. Did I just... No, not that one. Not that one. Hold on, Chad. I made an uh-oh. Opals got lost in there. Let's see. I should put it there. Here we go. Opal, alongside her sexual thunderous man, will have babies, develop a fighting style that mixes magic and martial together, and create a family house and an open orphanage that raises and trains children, especially those that are lost in war. Dagda. Dagda cures his strange new form and establishes a druidic circle in Pride Lake, and officially retires from mercenary life. He publishes his journal of his party's adventures, a list of dances and performances to grow his fame and wealth, so that he might aid Teotl in the politics he intends to become involved in. His faith and fame serve to establish him as a druidic leader in the south, and a prominent figure in the politics of the free cities. And, in addition, as a diplomat and representative of the southern cities, to combine his efforts with Fane and the other druids to ensure that the natural order is never abandoned in Corvanis again. Teotl. Teotl masters the sight of the Vega, and through the wisdom of the Cyclops makes the following decisions. He will see that economic prosperity is the agenda, and the mutual defense are the agreements to usher in the age of peace to the free cities and to those that would ally themselves to peace and prosperity. He establishes diplomatic relations in Moazkadon, Mornhau, the once broken brothers, and the City of Glass, hoping that a combined force of alliances would keep the continent from erupting into warfare once more. He will upkeep religious tolerance in Saphira, begin worshipping Inca and Cassius, and perhaps even soften his stance on Babylon when he learns about his domain. He would turn Pride Lake into a research area until such a time as it could be exhausted, decommission it, and then let his party members run it however he'd like, with a special attention to the Church of the Seven being restored. He would engage in any political marriages if it is needed to accomplish his ultimate goal, which is to build a personal wealth, appoint a replacement, and gather all of the willing Vega in Saphira and beyond that still yet linger within Corvanis. And then, once all are gathered together, he would exodus with them on a ship to the Vegan Isles, their true homeland, where the future of his people may be preserved. Messed that one up. Sorry about that. Peeper. Fuck. That's all anybody's gonna talk about. Peeper. Beeper. My beepers. Fuck. Talakar. Talakar will report back to Annabelle Coin that the Silver Squad had cleared out the source of the poison cloud and explored the depths of the Pride Lake. If possible, Talakar would help Eden, Dagda, Butler, Dominic, and Teo with their personal goals and help them to return to their original forms. He would ask for the same help from those of the Silver Squad if they wished to do so, to help him find his half-sister, Griselda Sidewinder, and end her for the crimes against his family. Finishing his obligation of the favor owed by his father to Annabelle Coin to help propel her to the higher power in the political world through mercenary work. Having done this, he would then seek to fulfill his second mission, and opening the branch of his family's mercenary company, the Desert Eagles, on Corvanis. To prepare for his impending retirement, he would also open a tavern called the Gallows and Gold Inn. He would study the strange formulations within his own body, as his brush with the Forbidden Apprentice still yet whispers in his mind. He would ask that should he lose himself, that his noble and dependable friends would seek to end him. And then, before all else, before they would leave on their various escapades, before Teo's exodus, before the marriage of Eden and Mizo, before Dagda becomes involved in the politics, before any such things that would pull them apart, Talakar uses the last of his glory and his might to ensure that one final task is complete. He would take each and every single one of them fishing. In one glorious day, where the sun shines bright, the fish are hungry, and there is a moment of peace. A soft moment, a rare moment, where he and his friends no longer worry about the future. They have no fear of their pasts, and there is no darkness. There is only a simple joy that he shares with them. And then, once they have said their goodbyes, and they move towards whatever awaits them, he would find and train a proper and approved successor, so that upon his death, the achievements may yet continue. And in his final days, although he misses them dearly, Talakar will listen to the patrons of his inn, hearing the same stories told by his children that he had told all those years ago about the adventures of he and his companions. He will look at the various gifts given to them: the feather from Teotl, the claw from Eden, a root of a gnarled tree from Dagda, an ever-burning flame from Dom, and a decent suit from Butler. Talakar will pass from this world, satisfied. However, Talakar would awaken, his body no longer old. As he looks down, he will see metal fingers, cogs, and gears, and he will feel his face smile. The plan was complete. I'm gonna have fun with that later. Okay. Next up is Butler. Butler, in an extremely fashionable sense, of course, makes a deal with Talakar to ensure that his lord would be his exclusive trader, and that such products would go exclusively towards him when possible. Butler would contact his family to ensure that they are all safe and appropriately dressed. He would work with Teotl, teaching him how to speak like not a Neanderthal, and to ensure that he gains the appropriate support to his rise as a counseled member of Saphira. This would prove to be an even more difficult battle than the battle with the apprentice, as Teotl's insistence on certain disarmed norms was quite difficult to break. However, Butler is a man of prestige and immaculate fashion sense, and so he perseveres, until finally Teotl is somewhat passable. As Teotl ascends to a member of the council, Butler would then seek a trade deal with Mornhal to speed up its reconstruction, using his newly appointed friend on the council to ensure that prosperous trade is allowed and indeed encouraged. He would use his remaining glory and other meta resources from defeating the apprentice to gain the support of the people to help establish the Andlath noble house in the Free Cities. Nearly not needed due to his own escapades, but eventually, with the enforcement of these meta resources, so too does Butler promote his noble home. He will then, of course, marry Mommy, make a connection between the peoples of himself of Mornhal of the North and the people of the South. And then, Butler is faced with a difficult decision. For Mommy is of Teotl's kin, and upon her awakening is left with a choice. Does he go with the woman he loves, or does he stay behind? Butler is a man of service, and the time has finally come for him to live. And so, with final goodbyes and the establishment of trade and every piece that is required, in a moment when he would tell his lord that he would stay, he is silenced. The lord that he serves releases him from his service, that his oath that his family has made has been fulfilled. The final command from his lord is to live his life. And so, Butler, seeking to ensure that the Vegan people would be dressed timelessly, and that their sense would not fall to such inane mixtures of matched clothing, would travel with his wife on Teotl's exodus. May he bring drip to us all. Although Gallows and Gold was one of the shortest campaigns comparatively to the others, I enjoyed it very much. And with a mostly brand new batch of players that had never played D&D before, or certainly never in this manner, it was an immense pleasure to run for you guys. I had fun every time, and it is my hope that you will continue to play D&D in whichever method or any place that you find. And that's true of all the other ones, by the way. There were a lot more new players in this, so I wanted to address that. Also, the memories that we made together, I will remember personally for as long as my mind is whole. And I hope that the same goes for you. I thank each and every one of you for playing, and I hope to see you again. But for now, your stories have come to an end. And so Gallows and Gold fade into history. gonna have so much fun with fucking Talakar, dude. I can't wait for that. Good times. I have to go back through and read the chat because I'm so focused on this. I haven't even like read most of chat. So, all right. Gates and Guardians. Kaito. Upon seeing Sparrow, Kaito will give her the biggest hug of her life, then inform her of what happened after she died. Given that we were destroyed, after what happened in the Pale City, assuming it counts as dying, Kaito would give the ring of aerokinesis to Darien. However, he would absolutely resist the binding of his soul to Babylon. Learning sending from Anfa to keep in contact with the others should they go their separate ways, cast sending to help find and explain what happened to the Elder, repair Kuhn's feather. He would also marry Anfa and Sparrow. The harem was their idea. Take care of the dream problem in the West and restore the yokai, like all of it. Build a shrine for Kuhn and the twin gods that Paxel and Grammar would become. And then, Kaito would leave it up to the others as whether or not they would have children, because that's not his decision to make. While Kaito would uphold his oath to Darien and serve Babylon, his family and the yokai will always come first. Oh, man. Sorry, that one got me. That was a... Oh, man. That one got me. Let me get us some music in here. I mean, I laughed so hard when I read that, dude. Let me amend my epilogue. Okay. Oh, God. All right. That's Kaito and Sparrow. Darien. After giving his wish to Babylon, Darien is granted a promotion and serves as a traveling priest, specifically to the north of Corvanis for all the people displaced by the war. This is his mission for the near future, until Babylon should command him otherwise. His biggest goal is to achieve his childhood dream, something that he thought was impossible until now, for he witnessed it happen. He wants to ascend and become Eldar, the highest form of his race. To achieve this goal, Darien would use future rewards and divination commune magic to work towards the goal. He would have no issues using the fiendish or dark markets. On the side, he would also seek to finish learning Taladonic, if he could find the resources to do so. This is a scientific goal, as he assumes he will eventually need to read Taladonic to advance his arcane knowledge further, but he's not rushing to do this. Darien would, through all of this, keep track of Kaito. When he learns about Kaito's death, he would go to collect the Taladonic ring and bind his soul to Babylon's service, if needed. Hopefully Anfa would have learned to reincarnate by then, so Darien could induct Kaito's new body into his service instead. When/if Darien manages to ascend to Eldar, his next personal goal would be to shift towards researching Taladonic, as he believes that this eventually will be the next step he needs to take in order to further his arcane knowledge. Darien will also, as the ring is given, infer Kaito's service to Babylon by the binding of his multiple marriages. Oh, man. And there you go. Good job, Darian. It's all coming up, Videric. Yeah. Anfa. Following the events of the final battle against the demons, which actually turned out to be nothing at all, Anfa would take courting Kaido seriously, spending as much time as possible with him, as well as giving time to Sparrow to catch her up and to help the two of them as much as she can if they decide to try and mend and regrow the yokai presence in Corvanis. And, if Kaido enjoys Sparrow's company as well, then Anfa would be okay with this. After all, to Anfa their lives will be short in comparison to hers, and she wants Kaido to get as much enjoyment in life that she can grant him. Anfa would also go and seek out her brother first to catch up with him, apologize to leaving him when he was a child, and second to introduce him to Kaito. After learning of his tales of travel with his own party of allies, Anfa would decide to go and collect as many tales from those who were out doing heroic acts, much like her own group, to preserve and record exact details. For Anfa would know that eventually there would be none left to remember what happened in this era. Anfa would spend any free time over the next 5 to 10 years she could spare to go and gather these stories. And during this period, she would have 1 or 2 children with Kaito. During this time, Anfa would also seek to make better use of her spirit sojourn ability, and would try to make contact with one or both of the gods of the dream. First, to apologize for her transgressions, and second, to offer her services to them as means of atonement for said transgressions. She would ask if these services could be called upon only after her partner Kaito had reached the end of his life, but would be understanding if they did not accept this term. I had no notes on that one. Sparrow. Sparrow would be a bit dazed coming back, but she would make it a goal to help Anfa find her brother and reunite them as she promised before. She would be side by side with Anfa and Kaido, trying to help the yokai efforts and building shrines, as it were, to Kaido. She would be sure to spend and make time with them as both of her new favorite people. Once their goals are reached, she would be happy to follow whatever lifestyle they are comfortable with, calm and quiet or continuing their adventuring. She would make a point to work towards any goal they voiced, trying to raise spirits where she goes. Eventually, she'd have a couple children of her own with Kaido. Sprite or not wouldn't matter to her. So they could grow and enjoy their family. All right. Jean. Jean wants to get back to his primary goal, to become the most famous bard in Corvanis. He'd reunite with his brother Meryl, and together they go with Kaito just to make sure he got his destination in the west safely. From there, it's back to hitting the road and telling the tale of his brother's efforts in the yokai shrines, their amazing party, and how they saved Corvanis. After acquiring his much-desired fame, Jean can finally go and put it to use. The reason he needed to be so well renowned in the first place is because he had fallen in love with the daughter of a noble and 3 kings. A low-born man like him only saw one shot to her hand befitting his talents. And once he's made that name for himself, then how could any sensible nobleman refuse a suitor known across the entire continent? He would, however, find himself rivaled by another bard, a man known as the Dawn of Glass. With such a worthy opponent, their battle would be a tale of song and glory in and of itself. Gene and Simon dueling bards, Dagda twerks in the background. Meh. Oh, man. Grammar and Paxil will combine their souls as one and attempt to ascend to deityhood. Grammar and Paxil will leave their mortal bodies behind as they ascend to a space that no mortal knows much about. And the astral seas twist and ripple to their newfound deitic presence. Though as deities they are small, the spark has only just begun, and who knows where it may end. And so, Gates and Guardians reaches their end. It was a pleasure to run for you guys. We had some rough spots, that's for sure. But in the end, it was a great time. And I am thankful to each and every one of you. And I can't really express the support that you guys have given me. It means a lot. And I only hope that you had as good a time as you could have. And I hope to see you all again. And so, Gates and Guardians comes to their end, and they fade into history. Iron and Ire. Swar. After being assigned to the leading role, Swar would of course focus on pushing development on diseases, poison, and alchemy in general. He would check on his giant flesh golem, maybe improve it if possible. If it's dead, he would make a new one, improving on the first one, since it clearly wasn't strong enough. He would make sure that his fiendish illithid was doing okay. He would probably try to check in on his accomplice, and then finding that the apprentice has been destroyed, would seek to gather what pieces that he could. Swar would maybe aim to start body modifications also, combining mortal flesh, constructs, and fiendish blood, and continue to serve as one of Babylon's chief scientific advisors in the coming escapades of the world's development. Swar is notified by a servant devil, a courier of Babylon, that soon his services would be needed. Although it had been a few hundred years since last time that he had sat down upon Corvanis, it seems that he might be called back. For something terrible stirs. His accomplice, apparently, has returned to a land ripe for plunder and pillage. Gabriel. Gabriel spends his time post-Babylonian intervention writing. About what? Plenty of things. He assists Babylon scribes by both spreading propaganda about his own adventures, mainly claiming his prior party members' accomplishments as his own to a reasonable amount. All aside from their former comrade, the Enriez, she had an essential part in forming the cult, while Zig, Dig, and the one with the phallic face would all face Babylonian punishment for hundreds of years. The former Lemire of the group would enjoy his newfound position and twist his importance in the story. He focuses his newfound position to extenuate rebellious pockets of resistance against the Mitharian regime, and divining and ascertaining the location of the Smiling Knight, and making locations he frequents easily accessible to those wishing to take the Mitharians out of power. He does this by taking on the moniker of an anomalous rebellion sympathizer known as Astra, and while he doesn't physically make himself known in person, he leaves notes around the continent and leaves information he's gained through the usage of his divinations. He, of course, doesn't actually wish for the rebellion or any other faction besides the Hells to gain too much power. He simply has a grudge with the Smiling Knight. He writes and intends to spend as much controlled information about the factions that oppose Babylon's might, so that when the continent stresses once again to a boiling point, Babylon may truly get his due. Well said. Eventually, despite the temporary peace, the mortals will tear each other apart. That is how the fire starts. A lone whisper, a truth, spread too hot enough will set men's hearts afire, and they will yearn for iron and ire. Throat Thief. Babylon has jobs available for such impressive administrators, and has decided that she should be put to a better use in the future. Not for the petty disputes upon Corvanis, but for a greater prize that yet awaits in the future. The other three, Dig, Zig, and Scat, are punished by Babylon for the next couple hundred of years. Their attempts at betrayal rendered mute, and their souls tormented for their audacity. It was an intense pleasure to run for Iron and Ire, though our time together was short. And despite our many scheduling difficulties and the stress that caused, I still think that we made an enjoyable experience, and I am grateful for the opportunity to do so. Thank you all for playing, and I hope to see you again. And so, Iron and Ire fade into history. Lords of Light. Coffee. Post-battle. She would use Ascending to update Elder Celeste on the current situation. Kafira here. Victory in the Waste. Demons destroyed. Others may linger. Magic of yellow and green are present. Full report delivered to dwarves. Be safe and prosper. Star-loved. She asks Holden to join her and Cool as they make their way to check on Cool's tribe. Cool explains what he had dispelled, which startled Coffee to the core. The Black Hand was behind the demonic power that had been distributed to others, and the choice to dispel the Black Hand for good. Who knows what consequences it could lead to? Maybe they would find like Cool appeared to be. One can only hope. Coffee teaches Cool how to read. When Coffee, Cool, and Holden make it to the village and joins Cool to try and locate his family. Once the plans for Cool and what remains of his kin were to go to Zyrikos, she agrees to escort them, turning cautiously to ask Zul and Cool if they would accept the battle family mark from her. Zul refuses, but Cool agrees to it. With this, our story remains with us. In this, you are a war brother. Should you have need of me, you need only call. They get safely to Zyrikos, depart towards Elrond's, and offer their goodbyes to Cool and Zul and the other orc survivors. To Cool, she offers a big hug and some encouragement. You take care of him, okay? Raspberry tea, hot, no junk in it, in the mornings. and lemon chamomile, warm at night. It was an honor to fight alongside you and a joy to watch you grow, Cool. Should you find a willing scholar and learn sending, please don't be a stranger. To Zool, she would offer a big hug and a gentle reminder. Educate the youth, or at the very least, Cool. Take care, will you? And please, do try to dote a bit on your children. Just a bit. At the Crossroads Inn, they travel as best they can, be it through transport in Demon's Deep or upon the surface, cautiously over the mountains. They arrive at the Crossroads Inn. Coffee's mind reflects on all that they had endured and transcribes the notes into her journal. She retrieved her egg from Elrond, thanking him for his aid. She returns the 2 rapiers she was loaned at the very beginning, repaying him through her cooking to help him and share the load of feeding his guests. Looking to the old forge in the back of the inn, she would study the smiths at work, reflecting on her time in Corvanis. As she settled in, Coffee kept her hands busy cleaning over her equipment, working on her armor. A burst of ghastly, thorny stems bloomed out from it. I see. Thank you, Videric. Another failure and another opportunity. From what was broken, I will forge anew. She says decisively, shedding the armor, praying for guidance to Ezekine on how she can build the new armor, drawing parallels from what she has seen over her life. Testing such theories, she makes her first craft, a simple leather bracelet with a buckle and a carefully engraved message, Forge ever forward. Presenting it to Holden as a gift with breakfast, as a small show of her skill and thanks, she asked to learn from Holden and the local blacksmith to collaborate on building something new by reverse engineering her own armor. As they work, Holden and Coffee seem to work on the broken parts of their bond. Holden puts on the finishing touch of the Anti-Fear rune and walks her through adding some of the adornments of Hykio and the Veil Hearts. She checks with Elrond to see if he has any intel on Gabe Big Deal. Depending on what he has to say, she would try to gauge whether she would have time to track him down again, as Holden seemed to want to return to his homeland in the south. On the way to Saphir, Holden and Coffee go to Hykio to pay their respects and to check if any of those remains have claimed to begin rebuilding. To their surprise, they will find a large percentage of the Brass Baron's men and the mercenaries that once served him had already begun reconstruction. It would seem that the great army that the Brass Baron once commanded is now a constructive force to rebuild Hykio and the Broken Oaks. She would take the ferry past Isola to Duketown, or if possible, more south so Holden can see his family in Hillylocks. Coffee wishes him well, departing to the Three Kings to try and hunt down Gabe Big Deal. Should she find him, Coffee would ask if there's anything he wanted to see delivered to his kin in Calcatesh. Holden meets with Coffee there and gets to reunite with Vale and Gabe briefly before departing. The two travel to Saphira in hopes of departing to Calcatesh, when they are startled by a young air ganassi accompanied by a smiling lizardman, who exclaimed, "It's her," leading to a very curious discussion indeed, nothing a good meal can't fix. Calcatesh. When they arrive, he will eventually meet her siblings, Brizabeth, Romulus, and Obadari. With the aid of Obadari and Holden, she endeavors to regain what she had lost in Hykio, a sanctum called the Silver Lining, a place where the weary will be met with hospitality, offering smithing and education services in honor of the Forge Father, educating those in the lessons of Ezekine, that in our shortcomings, failure is not the final destination, but an abrasive to build us onward, and to have patience with ourselves and that which will come. And the lessons of Videric, to know loss is to appreciate what there was, hold on to good, and accept where and who you are, and keep trying to grow, despite the bleak. Holden. What does he have? Holden. Holden goes along with escorting Cool back to his tribe, returning Zul's child to him. After seeing the state of Zul and the tribe, Holden will travel with the others to Zyrakost, where Zul is planning to go, since it's somewhat in the direction he would be going to head home. Holden gets invited to the crossroads with Coffee so he can retrieve Many Maw's egg. He would agree to go since it's also heading south-ish west. Holden and Coffee spend some time at the crossroads and working together to make a new piece of armor. Holden would invite Coffee to visit his home after making a stop in Haikyo. He would pay his respect to the graves of Lord Tai, and then he would leave by Haikyo to ferry towards Hillylox. The ferry would stop in Isola for a short while, and while in Isola, Holden would come across a familiar face, his biological father, Arthur Hewer, that abandoned his family. Holden would confront his father and spend some time discussing their circumstances. Afterward, Holden would say his goodbyes, and he and Coffee would take the ferry the rest of the way to Hillylox. Holden and Coffee meet with Holden's family and spend some time in his hometown. Coffee would head out on her own for a bit, and Holden would take some time to head up to the Dwergar city and visit Boldrum for a short while. After spending some time hanging out with the Boldster, seeing the growth of the Dugar city and possibly getting a chance to try out the forge, Holden would say his goodbyes and head out to meet up with Coffee. Holden will meet up with Coffee in the Three Kings, where she is with Gabe, Big Deal, and Vale. They'll spend a bit of time there visiting. Then Coffee and Holden would make their way to Saphira, preparing to take their journey together to Coffee's homeland of Calcatesh, and eventually sailing out to go to her homeland. Then, in further future years later, Holden would go to visit Glaeus at least one time, hopefully with Coffee by his side, to see the lands where his former lord was from. During this time, Holden would seek to become a better runesmith, a forge lord in his own right, and at the end, with a life well lived, redeem himself for the actions that he had done. Took. Okay. Press the space bar. Alright, let's go to the next one. Just kidding. Took. Hot date with Mooney and eventually get an alchemist wagon to do research and stuff while traveling with Mooney. Complete the research of Glory's summoning circle and attempt to summon the presence of Glory in Corvanis. Reunite with my family and show them how strong I've gotten. Look at how cool Glory is. And look at my new girlfriend. He would spread the word of Glory to his tribe before leaving Corvanis with Mooney. Since the demonic threat is gone, Took would be okay with leaving, because there's totally nothing else to fight, and that was kind of bad. Convince his tribe to leave to Glaeus, as the demonic threat is no longer as serious as it was, and we could totally go fight the Akuma, because those guys are bad and they're demons. And once there, he would totally fight against the demon lords. He'd research the Eldar's blood to find out the heritage of the orcs, and if there's enough time to complete all that, he'd share his findings with his tribe and give it to the Eldar Sanso Solist, as well as thanking him for the sharing of such blood. He would also give Boldrum his research notes on the orcish heritage and ask him to pass out all that information to those orcs. Oh, also, he's going to research the alchemical engine because Took likes trains. And from the research of the Eldar's blood and from the study of demonic energies, Took will attempt to research and develop the Super Orc Serum based off what he has learned. Once Took discovers that Glory's presence is lacking in Glaeus, he would perform the ritual circle there in the city of Alexandria, and then would seek to spread the word of Glory and travel alongside Mooney to fight against demons in a new land. Mooney the Moon Orc. Mooney has a hot date with Took, and then she wants to travel. Mooney eventually leaves Corvanis to find the other orcs after the samurai man had told her that other types of orcs exist on Glaeus. She travels with Took and assists him in his endeavors. Little Flake ends up accompanying them as both her apprentice and mentee. Mooney enjoys a life with Took, slaying demons in a far and distant land, meeting other orcs and new people to say hi to. Cool. Upon returning to his village, he finds it in shambles, with about a third of his people killed, including his mother and both brothers Nerul and Valakul, and the rest scattered into the new forest of the wastes, except for his father Zul, who is now missing his left arm, and his sister Belrina tending to those wounds. Once they are healed and able to travel with Coffee, he will learn how to read from her, and relearn the magic from his father and how blood magic works, and all the research he was doing on the transference of Vita from one magic source to another for the next year. And then when Zul finally dies of old age, he and his sister continue to travel to find the remaining people of his village. And once he accomplishes this, take them to Zyrikos to work with the dwarves to rebuild it to its former glory. Using the research and knowledge from the Eldar Celeste, as well as the Tyr lab, Zul will read about in the Zyrikos to find a new power source through magic and or alchemy to run the trams and other mechanisms that were once demon-powered, and if able, empower himself so that he is able to become the new warlock patron, granting the people of his tribe and other former warlocks their power back to work as the arbiters of peace, keeping force of the city and purging of the remaining demonic forces, using the Black Hand Tower as an HQ. And he will become what he thought the Black Hand should have been, and not someone who uses demonic power. However, the attempts to reuse the power of Tyr and the demonic influence of Zyrikos will see Cool twisted by the very lessons therein. And in the end, as he resists the demonic influence, the power of the warlock fades from Corvanis. For there is too great a price for such power. Baldrum. Following the Lords of Light's victory over the demons at the wall, Baldrum Blackstone thanks his comrades for their service. He informs them that they are always welcome to come visit and send word to him in Solavarin. Should they need his aid, Baldrum then departs from the party with Grunt Grundlepebble to focus on his new duties as the Thane of Peace. Baldrum begins his service as the Thane of Peace by visiting Noda and Demon's Deep to establish a military alliance between the dwarves of Corvanis and their newfound elven allies, as he promised to Deep Thane Hellstone. Baldrum, with the heraldry of Astaroth weighing heavily upon his soldiers, personally advocates for the dwarves of Demon's Deep to welcome the light of the dark sun within their halls. Because Baldrum did not forget Astaroth's words to save those who have given themselves to weakness, comfort, and convenience, and to save those that have forgotten the will of the dark sun. Together, their radiant alliance would bind their peoples together as allies in the light of Astaroth, Falael, and glory. Their alliance would forever stand united against Babylon, demonkind, and any who would dare to threaten their lawful society. Whilst in his service, as he travels to Zyracost, he will learn of Cool's predicament, of the fading of the power of the warlocks, his attempted use at Tyr's magic mixed with those left behind by Zyracost. It is here, however, as Baldrum lifts up his ally and reminds him of the strength of Astaroth. And so the Dark Sun would heal that which was broken. And although the patronage of the warlocks are left behind, Cool and his people are not abandoned. For the Black Hand was weak in the end. It was weak and sufficed itself to temptation, using the strength of others. No longer. With the aid of Baldrum, Cool remakes Orcus society, not as demon hunters forced as a frontline service against them, not as servants of the Black Hand, but on the strength that they have been given of themselves, and that their society would no longer be savage, but would find its place within the Dwarven halls. Following the establishments of these alliances, Baldrum would work together with Lord Lightning Rod to improve relations and promote peace between their people and the other major factions of the continent. Afterwards, Baldrum would consult the leaders of the Depths Alliance on developing and reopening the Underroad Tram network. With the assistance of Cool, he is able to accomplish this, as Zyracost is the center of most of these tram zones. Likewise, it would serve as a boon to move military personnel and equipment between their cities, and make for a logistical advantage against any that would attack them. Baldrum would later advocate for the construction of an astral tram to traverse the astral dark between Corvanis and Calcatesh, for travel outside of the Week of Peace. Such a task, however, would be difficult, as no one knows if such a tram would be successful. And so, as one last effort, Cool and Baldrum, with the blessings of Deep Thane Roderick Hailstone, will go forth on the maiden voyage of the tram, and with the light of the dark sun, press their way into the astral dark to make a road through the darkness. And so, Lords of Light was a fantastic endeavor. We obviously had our growing pains, but I think as far as character development goes, it was probably one of my favorites. Watching the transformation from different characters and how they became someone else, it was something that I think is a pretty good example of how you can have disheartening, discouraging, perhaps even painful character moments and have true redemption. And yeah, they skipped a lot of the stuff I prepared for them, but that's also their prerogative. So I enjoyed running for you guys very much, and I am very thankful that you played in my game. The memories that we made together, I hope that we will both share, and we will both keep for many years to come. And I hope that I see you guys again. And so, once Court of Curses, but now Lords of Light, fade into history as their stories are done. Sagas and Solace. Abby. After the battle on the wall, which really wasn't much of a battle after all, she would join Juno on a trip to Saphira to find transportation for Tristan. While there in Saphira, she'll keep an eye out for potential husbands, intending to find a skinwalker, but she will instead run into Teotl, the noble savage, and he's super hot. She'll join Teo in a political marriage, aiming to expand her political reach to a degree of geopolitical security she hadn't originally understood as a youth being educated by her parents. She would pull strings with the Brass Baron / Teotl to restore the Ambersong family name and bring her house back to prominence so she can do her best to politically sway Corvanis towards choices that prevent it from going down similar paths that it has in the past, using the bountiful knowledge of the Library of Moascadon. Gather up her parents, who she has been preparing for a proper home for in Moascadon to replace the family estate in Hillylox, finally reuniting them with countering her dead status by masking it as a political play. She attempts her best to make amends with her mother, who is both impressed by Abby's choice of husband and incredibly weirded out by it. She struggles pretty hard with the adherence to the Mornhallian traditions, and really only sort of sticks to them, hoping that her efforts will be guided through the family sword to following generations. Her wish would be that there are those that she raised or mentored even after death. Abby will spend a great deal of time finding an apprentice to pass on the teaching and the skills of the Twilight Mouse, eventually fully passing on the mantle to another. She makes a great effort to cement this as a legacy. A watcher in the shadows who fights for keeping the people free, and eliminating those who would use laws and oaths to control and manipulate. She would call up an old friend, Simon Waller, now Don of the City of Glass, to manage the logistics of such an endeavor. And then Twilight Mouse will multiply for control. Well, that was the thing. Okay. All right. Juno. Roll for kids? Fine. 5. 5. Okay, fine. Fane and Mazakim here. Jesus Christ. That's a big-ass litter. That's a lot. That's an exceptional amount of half-elves. That's a pack, all right. All right. Could you do Dawson and Hannah kid rolls? Oh my god, fine. Dawson and Hannah, 7. Dawson and Sparrow, 8. You got 15. Good job. Oh, wait, not Dawson. No, that's Kaido. Sorry. That's Dawson and Hannah. This is Kaido and his Sparrow and fucking Alright. Kaido and Onfa. Kaido and Sparrow. Fucking 4. Okay. Juno's turn. Opal and Dominic. Alright, fine. Opal and Dominic have 8 children. Did Took breed? Not as far as I know. Jesus Christ. Anyway, Juno. Tristan and the path forward. While heading to the ports of Saphira, with the party and Tristan in tow, Juno spends that time teaching and showing Tristan the wonders of Corvanis, boasting about her friend's accomplishments to him, finding out more about him and offering her support to a man who must feel out of time and touch with the world around him. So much so that she is prone to distractions or requests that would make the trip take a little longer. A little time here to enjoy living, a little time there to see the world as it is, not truly wanting to the adventures to end. When reaching the ports to find Tristan's safe passage home, she sees Chrome's change of heart to stay in Corvanis. Her new friends, knowing their jobs are not yet finished in this land, and with a final thank you, an offering of her own pendant of the Matron of Fate, and some coin to Tristan, she would decide to stay. Offering her help, if he would ever need her assistance, he only need call upon her and she would be there. She would wear the other medallion, the one of a fallen follower of the Matron that was gifted by the Brass Baron. She would then turn her focus to Abby, Nar, and Chrome. Chrome. She would see Chrome step into his role as a leader truly unwavering and resolute in his determination. It would strengthen the cords of fate that those tied to the future of Moazkadon, of pursuing peace, of the people who follow him. Though she thought Chrome was selfish and difficult at the beginning, she'd find he has many soft spots for his stonely cold armor. She finds herself checking in on him, at least making sure that the frigidly fierce king is taking care of himself, even if he usually denies the help. She sees him as a true friend. She's unsure if he sees her in the same light, but she often thanks him for saving her. Even if he says she was just a useful tool at the time, she knows he chose saving her over a brother, and there'd be no way to go back upon that choice. In return, she brings him knowledge he can find useful for the library. Maybe it's just a chance to tell him stories, or hang out and chat. Even she's not truly sure why, but she finds comfort in his presence. Arabella. Seeing the change of pace for Abby, or at least what her main focus would be in pursuing men and establishing her house, Juno would try her best to be a supportive wing woman, though maybe Abby would find it extremely unhelpful. She would offer a look into the threads to see if the man she was looking for would be right for Abby, maybe trying her hand at a bit of matchmaking. In the serious moments of political engagement, Juno would offer her assistance as an advisor, maybe even offering to look after her family in the future. Eventually, Abby will choose a man that, thankfully, is as socially awkward as she is. And, after some miscommunications, Juno will arrange the marriage between Teotl and Abby. And even if Abby denies the debt, Juno adds that they are friends, and she is happy to spend her time helping Abby reach her happily ever after. For Nar. At the end of it all, Juno feels there is much to do, as Nar informs the others of her plan to seek out young mages, to help them understand the change that has come to their way of living and help those in a way that she never had. Juno finds it admirable for a maiden of fate, between being happy to advise Chrome to do readings for those who want to know what fates hold for them. She's happy to use the spells of sending and other such magic that Nar has taught her to both bother and communicate with Abby and Chrome. Juno stays with Nar to witness her friends step into their fate and chart their own course. No longer that of being chained by what others believe it should be. The healer would see this as a chance to support Nar on their next journey, and choose to walk it beside them. She finds it fun learning of the world from the mage, about what it was like before, and what she hopes to create after. With the dust settling on their adventure, Juno would be more open with Nar about her own flaws and feelings compared to the others. The then demonic mage had been the most encouraging and willing to believe in Juno. So the Maiden of Fate finds herself talking about more personal matters with the orc, those of relationships and fears, love and loss. Often asking Nar how they are always so confident in what they want, and even seeing as the mage might have experience with relationships, Juno would ask for advice. Her feelings for the Brass Baron, how he had been willing to listen, mostly hoping Nar would talk her out of any feelings at all, since they usually get in the way of helping people. Maybe Davian was too busy for romance, and he certainly had many suitors. As they travel, she tries to put her feelings aside. Oh, what just happened? Sorry, my everything exploded. That was weird. Are you guys good? Are we good? Everything good? Are we good? Are we back? That was really, really weird. Huh, that was strange. Looks like we're back. I gotta find my spot now. As they travel, she tries to put her feelings aside, focus on Nar's goals as it keeps moving to all corners of Corvanis. But in the next chapter, Juno finds herself in interesting company, one specifically with the name Telri. Telri! He was certainly visibly standoffish in his posturing about the place, but Juno would notice the way his shoulders relax, and his frown isn't so firm after the mage and the lantern bridge seem to work through past troubles. She finds his front amusing, though she doesn't state it out loud, especially when he seems like a guard dog if anyone else comes up to chat, as if the halfling could have scared anyone off with sour looks alone. She's shocked when he admits he recognizes her, even more so when he states it's because of her involvement with Babylon. She finds his barrage of questions about how she ended up in that situation a fun way to pass the time. She is patient to answer them all. Admitting her own deal to save Abby, she was worried Nara might have hated her for making such an oath, but it was worth it. Somehow, in the end, everything worked out. Ending. Learning it was Telri who freed her from the shackles of the demon, she would make more of an effort to return his favor. For someone else to put their life on the line for her once more. She'd have no way to return the kindness, only that she'd bring him and Nar sweets, listen to their thoughts, and offer her support wherever she could. Encouraging them when they need it, she grows fond of his company. It would be a few years before she realized that she has caught feelings, and seeing how the two of them would meet up more frequently, make excuses to stop by, they wouldn't immediately realize how much time they spend together until it's pointed out by a third party. In the end, Juno goes with Telri and Nar to the Pale City to fulfill a promise to the halfling made to Saint Gideon about the Knowledge College. Though she knows many would see her as a monster in the Pale City, she isn't unfamiliar with that kind of scrutiny. To make a change, one must be willing to step out of their comfort zone, and with Nar and Telri at her side, she would have nothing to fear. It also gives a great opportunity to meet the family of the halfling she's courting. I'm glad this place, Corvanis, has adventurers like you to look after it, to tend and care for it and its future. I will stay with you all until you have no further need of me, to advise, to watch over your families, and witness what verdant tapestries you forge together. Chrome. Chrome would travel back to Moazkadon, and after speaking with Laza, he will inform him and address the Carnelian Circle about the issues that they would face. Chrome would then have a city meeting with the citizens of Moazkadon and the council left therein. He would address the loss of this Carnelian Circle. Citizens of Moazkadon, I and a few of my colleagues are what's left of the Carnelian Circle. The ones who have fallen have fought for Corvanis' future, and her peace so that your own wounds may heal. You must be worried about the fall of the government before you, but I, Chrome Ironjaw, will see it fit that you do not falter and become a ruined city. This city wasn't strong because the one in charge are stronger-willed or greater intellect, but because the people that live here have combined your strength so that we may achieve a better outcome. It is the people who make the city great. From now on, there will be no more Carnelian Circle, but instead we will be called the Carnelian Shards, because once a stone is broken, shards are what is left of it. Shards that are sharp and that are many. After the city meeting is concluded, he will seek the book that have been burnt upon Laza's forehead, hoping to finish the contract placed upon him, and hoping to gain the trust of Babylon so he may build this city, and in return his worshippers may have a home within this cave of Moazkadon. Chrome will then spend the next couple of weeks thinking on leaving Corvanis to seek Kalkatesh, but the Twilight Mouse would linger at the edge of his mind. You said you were going to create peace, and now you're leaving. And with this, Chrome for the first time, not take his selfishness act and stay in Corvanis to ensure that peace is maintained. By creating relationships with the Saphirans, the dwarves of Demon's Deep, the elves of the Misted Lands, the Barrow King, and many more political faces that enter Corvanis, their service and their knowledge together, informing the library that they know little of, to share amongst all. Chrome will ask Juno if she would like a place of worship for the Matron of Fate within Moazkadon. Chrome would look for a second to replace him when he passes, someone that sees the bigger view, someone who achieves the peace, someone who has a strong mentality of their mind. His attempts at diplomacy would result in the Dwergar volunteering, for Moazkadon is a lost city of dwarven kind, and they and the alliance with the elven kind would see that the city, much like the one in Noda, would be a place of learning and compassion, and the tenets set by the Carnelian Circle not so soon swiftly forgotten. The Brass Baron would also remain financially, but not to conquest, but to see that those that would find themselves in Moazkadon would help rebuild what they lost. And in turn, the dwarves would offer their assistance to the Brass Baron to rebuild the broken oaks and the lost city of Hykio. Once his time is complete, and once he has found the replacements he needed, he would visit the grave of his wife and son, and there he would rest until his time is up, writing out his final words to Juno, Abby, and Nar, so that they may find them upon his body. When the time finally comes, Chrome will see the Bifrost open before him. His warrior's rest, re-earned from its sacrifice. But it is not a Valkyrie that he sees waiting for him, but instead a familiar face. The face of Saul, his battle brother and friend. He offers him his hand as he lifts him onto the Bifrost, and the two of them make the walk to Valhalla. There they would both find peace, plenty, and peril, shining like stars in the astral sea. Nar. After taking Tristan to the ports to send him on his way, Nar takes up a nomadic life, traveling the continent, but is always glad to have a real home to return to in Moazkadon. She can often be seen traveling with the friends she made in her 2 years of adventuring, especially tagging along with her brother Telri when he isn't busy in the Pale City, and always has an open sending to her pen pal Juno. Nora seeks out young mages and sorcerers while on her travels to teach them how to better wield their powers and use them for the betterment of society. Now that the ley lines are fixed, these people should no longer have to fear their power like they used to long ago. She shares with them the teachings of the smiling monk wherever she goes, and meditates each sunrise and sunset. The monastic studies brought her a form of peace that she so deeply craved when she was young, and now that she is no longer a monster or fighting for her life all of the time, she will not squander this second chance of enjoying that peace. Someday in the years to come, she will marry a nice orc farmer and start a family, asking her friends, Tauri, Juno, Abby, and Chrome, if he is still alive, to be godparents to her future children. Yet, every once in a while, she still feels the call to travel, something pulling at her, stories yet untold, and always to follow the fires of ambition in her heart. Thimbletop. Even in death, he will see the Carnelian circle is eradicated. Such conviction is noticed by a newly appointed administrator for the Corvanis area. The new influx of souls returning to the proper cycles has seen Throat Thief appointed, and she can see all too well that conviction in one such as this may prove to be useful in the future endeavors of Babylon. And so, Sagas and Solace was an amazing ride. And although we had a lot of intense changes, some disruptive experiences, I think all in all, despite any of this was still an amazing group to run. I enjoyed very much every interaction, even to the, there's not a single character that I did not enjoy, including those that are no longer with us. I couldn't have asked for anything more, to have people dedicate themselves to their characters so fully, even in unexpected ways. And I would do it all again. Thank you guys so much for playing with me and for the memories. And I hope to see you again. And so, Sagas and Solace, their story ended, fade into history. Saints and Sinners. Thorn. Upon leaving the apex of Noda, Thorn remarks to herself, "No matter how much I fought, the things I gave, the blame I took, how amicably I worked with these mages, I tried to explain, I openly confessed, but in the end, it was always never enough. Instead, the city is led by those who worship knowledge and truth, yet keep all their sins a secret. In these weeks of exile, I came to a number of revelations. If I had died in Dark Lake, Alonzo and Cilantro would be alive, and those who hate Mytharians wouldn't have a new city and powers. If I had died in the Silent Faces, Lucian would still have his armor, and Captain Ariel would have lived. The truth is plain to see. If I had died with my fathers, everyone I know would be better off. Everyone I love would be better off. I understand so much now. I understand why Alakenhai simply laughed at me when I pleaded for help fulfilling my impossible dream. of building a family of my own, living day to day in a community built with my friends, caring for each other's children to shape the future of our faith and culture, to live in the light of my brothers and sisters, foolish daydreams of a stupid little girl asking far too much. As Thorn feels at the memory of a bracelet and rosary around her wrists, painfully aware of every severed thread and every lost. I struggled and bled for my prismatic visions time and time again. What little I won, cruel adherence of peace and truth, and forgiveness snatched away. Deep in my heart, I wished to right my wrongs, but not even wishes can fix my mistakes. Hope is a lie, a bittersweet poison I drank from again and again. I dreamed and endeavored to make it manifest by my hand, but I always made things worse. I picked myself off the bloody floor of failure again and again. I loved, I hoped, I tried, and I gave my all, and it wasn't enough. And then, Thorn receives a message from Gideon. Thorn, I rescued Matheria from the wastes. Once I am done at the wall, I'll meet you in Noda for peace talks for Matherians. As if summoned by her yearning, one of the last people who would care about her knocks on the door to her mind. It was Gideon's sending washing over Thorn. She stood silent, basking in the warm joy of his success, before crumbling to the floor, shaken and broken. Gideon survived. He did it. He really saved Matheria, while I achieved worse than nothing. After a long silence, she finally answers. I am proud of you. I failed again. Danger. Noda despises Matherians. Stay away. You deserve better than me. Please live well, sunshine. With love. My squad was better off without me. If I had stayed, I would have screwed everything up. If I remain, I will hurt him too. Even if I know it is right, I can't bear to fake a smile while he holds someone else in his arms again, to watch anyone else be taken from me again. I understand now that I will always be the problem, and I am no better now, undeserving of light. With all I have already done, what is one more sip of poison? What is one more sin? Thorn recuses herself away in the cold, desolate ruins of Sorrowsoul, mourning her life, purging herself of magic and keeping herself busy restoring the village. However, Gideon arrives and coaxes? Fuck, I'm an idiot. Gideon arrives and coaxes her from her despair with the patience and dedication of a golden retriever. He encourages her not to give up, to accept knowledge, and through knowledge hurt her so much, through the gentle, compassionate approach of Runtheris, and to hone her seer's ability in the tower. A saintess of truth in her own way, casting down deception, shattering lies, starting with telling Fulgrim about Cilantro and the people of Noda, about the party's previous service to the saint and the church despite their gleeful chastising of her service, to hopefully open things up better for Mythos' negotiations, if they trouble her efforts in finding a home, and building her home. She rebuilds Sorrowsoul, lonely as it may be, and ferociously guards it and Noda from demons, demoniacs, and those who are protected by demons, such as Veyron followers. Veyron knows what he did, and he can try to earn my forgiveness, and he can pay in blood. Through blood, toil, and sacrifice, regain her blind sight and make her bloody fighting style her own. She is afraid to make those she loved see her again after so much failure, terrified to show her face anywhere near the Pale City. Yet she eventually resolves to hunt down Bobina, to track down the armor and try to repent to Lucian, Kylos, and others that she disgraced, and avenge Ariel, perhaps with Gideon by her side. She does not do this for forgiveness. She does not expect it. She does this because it is right, because they deserve better, and deserve their own chance to judge her. Monica isn't hard to find, Thorn cleaning and rebuilding the adjacent Sorrowsoul herself, and though she is difficult to talk to as ever, she does support her journey and gives her the ghost chain and what she can spare, and a letter for a Lord Saltspire commending their strength and encouraging him to hire you onto a trade vessel between the continents, so that you get to where you are going and maybe get a bit of coin in combat. She will clarify that it may not work. She has been out of touch with him for over a year now, but it may help. Axel finds it isn't hard. Axel easily discovers Thorn cleaning and rebuilding the adjacent Sorrowsoul herself. Wait, are these repeated? What the heck? Oh, hold on. I may have made a... I think I accidentally copy-pasted something. Hold on. Let me go check this. Sorry about that. I think I may have copy-pasted this accidentally. Let me go back in here. She said something to... One moment, please. Unfucking myself. Not that one. That's not it. Oh. Shit. Okay, everything I just said wasn't for Monica. It was for Axel. For Monica, she is welcome to visit Sorrowsoul and share a humble fire as she rebuilds it, sharing betwixt themselves and repairing the cracks between Thorn and the other party members to stay in Noda. Sorry. I must have double copied that. Sorrowsoul. Sorrowsoul is a cold town made by the sweat of Thorn and whatever other splinter Mytharians that come there. The land is cold, the food is tasteless, and the weather is harsh, and the people doubly so, stubborn to many faults. Where the maiden's tears freeze upon her cheeks, where oaths and litanies are carved into stones underfoot, a foundation which we thrive, where soldiers, followers, and future martyrs carve their wisdom, hopes, and words into the stones underfoot. They speak of Mytheria the martyr, who made life possible on Corvanis as the demonic hordes plagued the land. Once just a woman, but rededicated, she became so much more. We owe our lives to her, so we must make most of every day to honor her sacrifice. It is our duty to make the sacrifice of each of our martyrs, such as Ariel, Shane, and Talon, matter. It is our honor to fight demons as they come, which is why the people protected by or working with demons like the followers of Veyron and the cultists must be killed on sight. There may be people named Mytheria and in her likeness with her opinions, but the Mytheria we worship died for us. Our Mytheria is long gone, and she left our future in our hands. Worry neutrality with foreign gods and their followers and strangers unless they are associated with demons. Druids and mages are not persecuted for what they are. Thorn grasps Telri's friendship bracelet close when Gideon brings it to her. It takes her a while to sort through her feelings and accept that he changed, that she changed, that he was right in some ways, that she was a fool who couldn't stop him, that he probably moved on. She would keep his bracelet safe on the altar of mourning, to the Telri she lost, near her remnants of Roy and Ariel and others gone forever. Perhaps if he came by, he would be welcomed. Awkward as the two sit over a warm drink and meet the new versions of each other and who they became. Moss. Moss will stay in Noda to research the Shard of Potentia and potentially try to unlock its secrets. He'll attempt to reverse engineer the spinal fluid and help Lord Lightning Rod with his various needs, working alongside the Seer and the Druid. During this time, he will write several letters, choosing to use them instead of his actual voice to speak to them. In a letter to Axel, he will say, Axel, I hear you are leaving Corvanis and sailing to Kalkatesh. I know the journey there will be challenging, and it is especially true when you make land. So here is something the The old autocorrect is messing up. So here is something to get you by. And within it there is a bag of holding containing several potions and magical items. Next to it we'll see a note written, I've done a lot of evil things in this party, but the only ones who didn't question me about them and trusted me was you and Lord Lightning Rod. I appreciated it. Truly, I couldn't ask for much better comrades and friends. May Kahili bless your journey on the sea. Mas in Durgerman. In a letter to Fulgrim, he will write, I don't think I can make time to travel to your homeland. I have much to do here in Lurik, and Lord Lightning Rod needs someone's skill in the academic studies. But I do have a note for you. You can read it when you leave Corvanis unless the wish in it is denied. Did I miss? Oh, man. I went over this several times and it's just, I think I cut this off. Okay. Oh, here we go. The note will go into detail on every single evil thing he has done with the party. Used Lord Lightning Rod as a test dummy, killing the slave Don Fonte, murdering practitioner Cilantro in cold blood. Now, since I've listed off the things I've done, I can tell you that you were simply a tool for me to use. I was never a friend, not a good one in fact. I've done things that would make you vomit just by hearing the story. I'm a bad person. I will use every last option to benefit myself, including using others. I am telling you this in the note because I couldn't bring myself to say it to your face. May your travels be smooth. Moss and Durgaman. Sorry. Letter to Thorn. You and I didn't ever get along once, but you have a home in Noda. Please do come and rest here once in a while. It would probably bring a lot of joy to Lord Lightning Rod. But on a more serious note, I am sorry for bad-mouthing your religious views and etc. But do know that I just wanted to expand your vision wider. I've seen when people tunnel vision on their objective. It never ends well most of the time. Moss and Durgaman. In a letter to Monica, from our short time together, I see that you are one for knowledge and history. You are and can be a great boon for Noda if you stayed. I recalled your friends being attacked at the Broken Horn. I'm willing to help save and recover the bodies, but in return I would like to know about your people. And maybe they may have a safe haven here in Noda. Obviously, we have to talk things over with Lord Lightning Rod and the others, but they are good-hearted, natural people. It won't be hard to convince them. And so, as he writes his letters to his friends, Moss takes it upon himself to create a super weapon of pure fear, that it might be used against any that would dare threaten Noda. But upon trying to divulge into the darkness, Moss is driven into madness in his attempted creation. Monica. Monica will give her responses to each. To Axel, there is an exchange of gratitude, awkward smiles, and a concealed sad look, knowing that his absence was going to affect Lord Lightning Rod, just another factor to consider going forward. To Fulgrim, the sharing of his past brought a smirk to her face, enjoying his awkwardness, watching him go, and feeling a bit sad, knowing that this will certainly affect Moss. Granted, Moss is not likely to show it. To Thorn, the Matharian warrior did not seem to have a desire for an exchange of farewells. Either way, Monica would provide a silent, careful escort as she left the city, internally hoping that it be God or a spirit that was watching over Thorn would guide her towards some true joy. Moss is carefully observed through the feathery. Moss is carefully observed watching the means to ensure that the curious didn't accidentally go blowing up the city. Don't ask where they came from, and you don't want to know. Lord Lightning Rod would get daily reports around his known halfling mealtimes, small little scrolls with humorous jokes, histories, trivia of Noda, and occasionally a new tea mixes for him to try. Occasionally serving as a bodyguard for Lord Lightning Rod as a beacon of calm during tense meetings. We certainly cannot have that precious hands of peace sullying their hands, after all. Monica would use her abilities and prowess to keep the great treasure of knowledge safe, and dabble in expanding her knowledge with a curious nature, paying homage to her people in a way, including bringing her own kind gradually within Noda to serve as informants to supplement the residential spy master's current members and those that would need such things. Her keen eyes scanning the horizon, wary of what may come. But no amount of preparation could prepare Monica for what did come. It was no enemy, but a call, an awakening. A call from Teo to invite her to join him on an exodus from to Calcatesh and to the Isles of the Vega, that she might discover who she is and what she may yet become. Her service to Noda, highest in her heart, she thinks to refuse, but by the interference of Lord Lightning Rod, the halfling places his hand upon her arm and says, "Go. Learn who you are. Return if you must." And in a single word, Monica's life of service is freed, and a chance to explore her own history, the history taken from her, is finally granted. And so, with the request of Lord Lightning Rod, Monica seeks to travel to the Vegan Isles to discover what she truly is. Axel. Not long after the setup of Noda, Axel says goodbye to his friends. The family that he has made is safe without him. They have a place to call their home, their allies, and a bright future ahead. After learning about these other continents, peoples, and gods and myths, I wish to see more of the world outside of Corvanis. Adventuring can't be over at this point. Lord Lightning Rod is the leader of Noda and no longer needs a protector. Not me, anyway. Moss has set up his laboratory and seems settled in furthering his research. Fulgrim has mentioned wanting to return home and further his understanding of his monastic ways. Thorn's goals take her elsewhere to find purpose in the people who mean dearly to her. Monica will probably go to reunite with her kin eventually. Where does that leave me? What is my purpose past all of this? I heard of the Week of Peace. It would allow me to travel to where my friends have come from and sail to where they once called home. They do not need me anymore. Maybe it is time to find my place in the world. I want more. I want to seek it. I want to be more than just a sword. Adventuring and delving into what this is, I want to complete it. Cal had mentioned it was once whole and that there were others, this weapon that I wield. He mentioned that something resided within it. What if it wishes to be reunited with its kin? So that is what I shall do. I will travel to Calcatesh and unlock the mysteries of these Lenorms, or at least what I can find. Maybe there will be some good fights. I will travel as a warrior on the road, not for coin or prestige, just an adventurer looking to make a few more stories, help those in need, and maybe enjoy a few hot springs along the way. Give me just a second, guys. I gotta fix something. Hold on. There it is. I lost my place. This is a very big fucking document. Okay. Fulgrim. Fulgrim adds some rope talismans around Noda that has the symbol of Kun that will seek to spread a form of airflow for the city to be a bit more comfortable for some and share some of his culture. He carved a few rocks with his monastic skills and the help of the earth spirits. He makes a shrine to the resting monk for peace, good food, and well rest. He spends time with Mosk asking him about how things are, to learn more about what he is, and to learn from what he might become. And then he asks, do you think you might come by Glaeus and see the land, travel on the winds, and take some things in, another pale area? If you do decide to visit, I could show you my friends Eugen, Wilhorn, and Hinahana. Oh, and my sensei, Ripton Tidefin. You know, Moss, I know we've been traveling around a lot together from this side for a better part of a year. I kind of hope that these guys we helped are doing fine with everything that happened. He asks as Moss ignores him, continuing to do his work. He would spar with Thorn from time to time to help her blow off the steam. I know you don't want things to change the way they are, but things all change, he says, as he tries to help her meditate. Be like water and go with the flow. By the way, we could visit the Pale City and see how things are with Practitioner Cilantro and Rhoda. We might be able to work something out when the wars are over. Using some time to understand Noda and hopefully gain a few ideas as he makes preparations for the final battle, he will understand. He would talk to Monica about how life is and about his ex-boss and his products. His old boss was named Natsu Rhodes, and he had a front shop called Natsu's Treasure Roads. And its motto was, everyone needs a little NTR in their life. His boss went by the Goongerer, nicknamed by his master the Akumer. His real store was sex goods like druid feed, tonic slims, augments for tools, tattoos for protection. Basically a lot of messed up stuff for the high prices. Fulgrim was great at delivering products because most people didn't want to get involved with skinwalkers, so he would go to cities fast and made 20 stops a month. Fulgrim only quit because his last customer asked to tip him with some... Did I just not read this the first time? What the fuck, Guardian? Like... Oh my god. I don't remember this. I'm sorry, guys. I don't remember this. Only quit look, it's his epilogue, so he gets it read, I guess. Fulgrim only quit because his last customers helped tip him, asked to tip him with some yiffing in an animal-like suit. He was about to leave, but upon the request and look, he became stun-locked and fell out of a balcony. A gust of wind saved him, but he also heard a voice that said, no, let's just leave him here. Oh, shit, dude. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna skip Something. No, I can't skip it. It's his. I'm sorry. All right. Seeing Axel carrying items to the carts for battle, Fulgrim starts to help and talk to Axel about whatever the shard. If he found someone in their travels, Fulgrim tells a bit of his past. He got to Corvanis on a fast ship, Corin's Bolt, that ended up in a storm and giant water stouts. Being the only survivor, Fulgrim used what he could to get his hands on, and he told of a cloak that he had made out of a flag of the ship. Over time, he lost a bit of his mind. What the fuck is going on? What? I did not... Did I skip this? I do not remember reading this last night. Okay. Over time, he lost a bit of his mind, but starting to hear a voice coming from the wind when he was willing to hang himself. That's how he met Crown, a pale see-through bat. That kept him going. It kept him joyful and positive, even after his body lost so much weight. He almost looked like a skeleton with hair and flesh and cloth. Finding a drafting boat, he used it. It made to the mainland, meeting a man who first met him say, "Give me your," and that's how he met Moss. Fulgrim took his first steps, barely human-looking and hugging the first person he met. Hearing Lord Lightning Rod, Rodfather, talk about his hope for a shop to open in Noda, Fulgrim tells him about his family shop and life in Glaeus. His Terran mom and dad found him under a tree of jade vine at night and raised him, even though they had 2 older kids. His oldest sister, Setsuke, became a shrine midden, while his older brother and Onimetsu to patrol the estate, both on days help with their family ship, Cross Arms, a somewhat blacksmith and armory shop. They get almost all their supplies from nature itself. Their main rule, only take what you need and not what you want. His dad always told him to make sure have a gimmick. His was to imprint images on armor quickly and add colors of any type to print on the armor. Fulgrim hopes are to get back home to enjoy time with his friends and family and to meet his sensei, Ripton, and to advance his skills in monastics and combine wind and earth together. But will come back to Corvanis to help keep the peace in Noda and check on his friends, and help the Atlas to bridge the gap between other continents. I will tell you, Guardian, I will never forget that epilogue for my entire life, dude. What the fuck? Oh, I do not remember reading that. We died for that. Whew. Lord Lightning Rod. Lord Lightning Rod uses the resources he has and the connections he has established to ensure that understanding and peace are the prime examples of existence for the people of Noda. He will see that no one is subjugated or punished unjustly due to their birthrights or their beliefs. He would endeavor to harbor forgiveness between old enemies, such as the Mitharian Church and the sorcerers of the world. He would see that these laws would establish themselves and allow change to be had whenever the world becomes more and more complicated. His final days will be spent in good company and earned prestige as he passes on the staff of peace to his daughter Leslie, who by then has children of her own. We had our ups and downs, saints and sinners. We certainly did. But I think that when it comes to the passion of trying to tell your story, I think this group's up there. And I really enjoyed watching you guys interact with each other. Thank you all for playing in my game and for participating. It was my pleasure to run for you. and I hope to see you all again. And so, their story's finished. Saints and Sinners fades into history. I'm gonna need just a second, just a small moment. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh yeah, I'm back. What the fuck, dude? Ugh. Alright, hello everyone. I rolled a 92. So, there you go. You had 92 kids. Good luck. Huge! Alright. The brass tacks. Balthazar. As the season of peace has come to Corvanis, the toil and work will never be done. After the strange dispatchment of the demonic threat, Balthazar will turn his skill inward. He will look for different methods in order to ensure that such things will not happen again. He will check in on the SCTC and discover that they have been destroyed, and will seek to recover the remnants of the logistics that they have left behind in order to give the Baron, the Brass Baron, a better outlook and a better setup. He will also grant the secret of the blue flame to the smiths of the Baron, and in turn to Mazakim. He will also employ any alchemical theories that he could develop and crack, based off of weather prediction and, if possible, the determinant of nature. He will investigate the Baron's lands, the twisting pines, the broken oaks, and to see how the land has been affected by these events. He will pour time and money into an age-extending elixir to match that of his mother's lifespan, and seeing what half-elves can do, that ways of half-elves can do to see their parents die of old age. He will research slimes in applications of arcane and mundane use. He's thinking big things for these little guys, if they can change the means they respond. He wants to put a slime in a vacuum and have the area tuned to the greater area. What the fuck? And other what? Oh, I see. He wants to design slimes to detect natural disasters, arcane detection, weather patterns, and other such forms of detection. He will trade the land he was promised by the Baron for liquid gold and platinum and invest into the following. He will garner to buy a protection deal from the Weeping Blade for himself and his family, as he highly suspects Mr. Silver will try to kill him. He will uplift his family name and his grandfather's name and his nobility whenever possible. The name Corona, and changing his name to Balthazar Malnabone Van Rompe della Corona, and begin the program Tribe Unmourned. This is really hard to read. Skipped the fucking Litharian community. Oh, give me a second. Okay, buy out the chains of the Aunt people that the SCTC had transported to the break, giving them the opportunity to leave and make their own life, or to become citizens under the Brass Baron. He will spend time at the Sun Shadow Monastery, trying to apply the application of the katas and possibly cleanse Haikyo of the corruption, advocating to Elias to share the knowledge of the Golden Pillar School and to start another monk monastery perhaps in the later years. On the wedding anniversary of the Dufresnes, he will gift them with a custom-made food cart. Think kibbles. I don't know what that is. Wait, are you giving them dog food? It's kibbles and bits. God. Okay, ask if Brokar and Elias are willing to go into business by making a chain of mobile food carts. You want to make ice cream sticks of Traveler Soul PCs? Ice cream isn't a thing. At least not mobile. They don't have refrigeration. You want to learn refrigeration? I'm going to go with refrigeration on that one. Build schools and infrastructure for the Baron's land. Okay, that makes sense. Make an academy. We'll teach alchemy. All right. Helping the druids through commissioning songs and art of the craft. Helping to wash out the presence of Tyr. That makes sense. So an alliance with the West. commissioning war memorials for the sites he had saw of the Baron's forces, seeking how to learn about long life, and gifting them... Oh, I see. He will acquire books and literature on how elves deal with long life, perhaps the musings of the Archdruid himself, and gift them to Cleveland, along with a singular speed potion that he promised to make for him. After the 3rd birthday he celebrates, he will find an alchemical fix to either his vampire weaknesses. Never has Cleveland broken his trust, so he will do him a solid, sending multiple copies of the same letter to his family as his father, his mother, and his state. My greatest fears have Wait, why does this say hidden? Do you not want me to read this? That doesn't make you... It doesn't make sense if you put it in your epilogue if you didn't want me to read it. So I'm just going to read it. My greatest fears have come... Oh, their estate is hidden. Oh, I see. My greatest fears have come to me, for the visions are getting more accurate, more acute and accurate. I may not have been as good as father or grandfather in seeing the possibility of steel. Only through the guise or whimsy was I never taught about my hunches and remembering things that didn't have or happened. I have taken father's training to heart, and then have some time to stop myself from slipping too far into a vision and to keep my head in the present once more. I have been caught talking to myself and attacking things that were never there. Lapses when I'm awake. Once I was about to accompany my commander in purchase of Aunt, hoping to convince him to break their change, then as if I slipped in thought and my company was sacking a fortress. I might have found a substance to give my mind a rest. Amber. Grandfather's descriptions of the southern tribes were correct, in that they had forgot to toast their tortillas. They were sad and flaccid. That's it! Okay. And then he lived happily ever after. I'm pretty sure. Okay. That was something. I tried my best on that one, High Priest. I hope I got most of it. Broseph, or Broserif Valorborn Brass. In smoldering embers of the battlefield, Broseph fell to a knee against Heraldrahelm. Even beaten, even broken, even as their lines had been shattered and reformed, the Baron's banner had not left his hand. A locked gauntlet, a brass promise to never let go again, to never abandon the path he chose. This was who he was, and who he would be. Days turned to months as his friends found new lives, new homes. He remained in service to the Brass Baron, to Davian Laton. He stood as a war hero, a soldier that pressed for peace, a shifting soul, now firm in its place. He found love, found family, and built a manor among the plains north of the Baron's estate, with wide fields of horses, the strongest stock he could buy, and sought to build a piece of home, of Dabarak, here in Corvanis. As the years passed through, that slice of home felt just that, partial, an echo. With his Baron's blessing, Broserif Valorborn returned to Dabarak for a year, fostering relations, sharing stories, and garnering trade opportunities, as well as reuniting with his sister Kiara, who had taken charge of their family home, and continued their legacy in Calcatesh. He returned with riches, with noble steeds, with connections for his Baron. Connecting his two homes, his two people, was perhaps a greater source of pride for the aging man than any daunting quest or heroic war. He was joined by Balthazar in this attempt to ensure that the horses would remain healthy against any foreign disease that Corvanis might have for them, as they were from Calcatesh. Finally, when he could no longer raise a blade or train his troops, a graceful retirement from duty left the old soul with more wealth than he knew what to do with. After a long talk with old companions, the friends that brought about a changed world alongside him, particularly a shark with laugh lines deep as an ocean trench, Broseph made one last request of the Baron: to open an orphanage for children of soldiers, to take in the deep wounds of war and conflict, and to teach them patience, protection, and nobility that would save Corvanis from another bloody affair. His friend Balthazar ensured that funds were procured that these children, and many like them, would be properly educated, so that they could act not in ignorance, but with the knowledge they needed to face the world. Those old friends might have visited at times to share their wisdom with the youths. These children were hardened by their pain and shined through care, and so they could take the name to define themselves and their lives, to connect all those who owed themselves to the man who brought about a new age for the West. These children took the name of the Brass Orphanage, as did Broserif Valorbrass in his final days. It is said that a man with silver hair could sometimes be seen watching from the shadows around the orphanage. No one knows who it was, only that a flash of silver, a quiet whisper, a ghost perhaps, that watched over the orphanage. No violence came to that place, not by the vigilance of its silent guardian. Dale. After Agamemnon's disappointing defeat, Dale will attempt to start a secret guild of rogues, kinda like the Weeping Blades, but better. Using the vast riches he obtained from working for the Brass Baron, plus all that money he stole. Dale will keep tabs on the Brass Shadows, the Baron, and the Metherians, waiting to wage another war after Metheria's betrayal. Oh, that's good. Oh. Brokar and Elias will turn the Sun Shadow Monastery into their home after their service to the Brass Baron, along with Captain Dufresne. Eventually, they will make a pilgrimage to the west over the mountains looking for the shrines to Gazineroth, to make the necessary offerings to have children. After said children are born, every couple years during the Week of Peace, Brokar will sail out into the ocean and dive as deep as he can, searching for the abyss as he keeps seeing during his prayers. During this time, Elias will spend some of his time in the City of Glass to ensure that the new coven for the Skinwalkers is being properly tended to. Discussions with his people and the affirmations of his beliefs, he will see that people like him are not subjugated as he once was, he and his husband. And the two of them will live a life of bliss as age finally catches up with them. I will now roll for them, since I rolled for everyone else. Can we use the Brass Tax's unused Grand Meta inspiration on the Elias and Brokar's children roll? Fine, you get 100. How about that? 50. You get 50 of them. 50 children. 100 catfish. I didn't even think about that. They're catfish. Oh, that's funny. I'm popping up. We have created 50 in the Goon Cave, my lord. God. Did you want me to roll for Thorn and Gideon? I didn't see you guys mention children in your epilogues, but if you want me to, I can. Okay. Well, I will do it when I get to Gideon's. How about that? Alright, here we go. The furries are winning. Oh my god. Cleveland. After the defeat of the demons of Agamemnon, the demon waste liberated and cultivations beginning, Cleveland would be beside himself. Introspective. Cleveland begins to think about what he should do. His strength has pulled through. His ambitions have been satisfied. He thinks on the peace talks that day, the words from the Therius saints. He remembers their given names, Flo, Gideon, and Farron, as well as the other one named Telri. He would like to speak to them again sometime, but that is not his newfound mission and motivation. With the backing of the Baron, Cleveland goes back to the Sanguine Tower. Then, with the Tome of Chromancy and the Tome of Blood Spells, as well as philosophies and lessons imparted onto him from over 2 decades of being out of the demon wastes, he throws himself into the study, practice, refinement, and advancement of the Sanguine Tower's secrets of blood, magic, and life itself. During this time, he is visited by his friend Balthazar, who, to expand his alchemical research, asks for his assistance in the creation of an iced cream. He thinks the world will love it. Researching the mechanical methods, history, and purpose of the Sanguine Tower after Balthazar's visit, he will rebuild it not just to the status quo, but further its original purpose. As the days, weeks, months, years, and decades pass, he researches and lives in the Sanguine Tower, not leaving, unless called by the Baron or his eventual successors. However, he also leaves the tower every year for enough time so he can spend 2 whole weeks with Billy over his birthday. He also does this for all of the Brass Shadow birthdays as well, but only 1 day instead of 2 weeks. Should enough time pass to where they perish, he shifts to spending 1 month a year upkeeping the final resting places of his friends, and checking in on their offspring from a distance, as well as ensuring the Brass Orphanage remains upkept. He has keepsakes of all of them in his coffin chambers. The Isolan symbol, the Brass Orphanage symbol, a shark tooth, a brass mug, a singular speed potion labeled for Sir Cleveland. The only other time Cleveland left the tower would be to find out more about the ones he met in the strange vision, Albie Lancebit and Bongo Shredtar. Cleveland lives a life of the ambitious Chronomancer, and a friend who shall never forget lives that have been left behind. He shall work to not be the monster his race labels him as, but instead a monument of using what you have, using what you are, and never forgetting what you left behind. Cleveland has seen insurmountable odds defied, effortlessly. Why can't he do the same? Because if Cleveland's journey has taught him anything, it's that nothing is impossible. William. A farm boy from the middle of nowhere soon finds himself standing shoulder to shoulder with heroes and monsters. That boy turned into a man. That man forged a career in service to the Brass Baron. His adoptive family, an actual family, soon becoming indistinguishable. Eventually, William found love. He married and found himself standing in the same place he had left 60 years ago. His own grandson, standing before a troop of adventurers as he waved goodbye. And so, the wheel turns. the brass tacks. It was an absolute pleasure to run for you guys. Despite what others might have thought about your logistics speak, I saw the fun and commitment you guys had to try and make the game better the way that you thought it would be. And although we had lots of rough spots and lost some people in the midst of it all, I really enjoyed running for you guys. And we made some good memories together that I will treasure. And I hope that you will do the same. And I hope that you had a good time as well. I am very thankful for you playing with me. And I hope to see you guys again. And so the brass tacks fades into history. Their story is complete. That took a lot longer than an hour and a half. Fuck. I didn't even realize what time it was. Man, it's almost been like 4 hours. Isn't that crazy? The Dark Sermon. Gideon. Learn and cast sending to Thorn. Thorn, I rescued the waste from Etheria. Once I am done with the wall, I will meet you at Noda for peace talks for the Metherians. He would give her a note and bracelet from Telri. He would get married and have... Oh, I missed that part. He literally says have kids. That's my bad. Have kids if she wishes and helps lead her down a path of peace and hope instead of the path of scorn and vengeance she is starting down. If Thorn doesn't... Oh, well, I'll skip that because she does. He will research the web of souls under the city and disable it. He will start a college of knowledge based on Runetheris' tenets and teach about magic, history, and the new Metherian doctrine. He will finish his book that recounts the tales of the details of the Metherians' ascension using the crucible shown in the vision from Malakan High, traveling to the wastes to rescue Metheria and releasing her from the succubus's body. The visions he saw of Trader's Hill from the robe, helping her reclaim her memories and divinity on the mountain shrine, her battle at the wall, and if she keeps her divinity, tell her of final accounts as a goddess and why she chose to give it up. He will attempt to guide Metheria along her path of godhood until such a time as Runetheris believes she is ready, if that is what she chooses, suggesting several domains. If she takes up the oaths, Gideon would retake his paladin oath to Runetheris under Metheria, if it's possible. If she decides to give it up while on Corvanis, he will continue to help her as she needs as a friend in capacity. After his college is established and Metheria no longer needs his help or guidance down the path of divinity, he will go back home either with Thorn or after her death. Upon leaving, he will channel all of his saint powers into his lance for the next worthy saint of valor to pick up for the protection and pursuit of knowledge, and leave it with the church or the college he creates. Okay. Well, I guess I'll do a roll then. How many you got? 3 of them. Classic nuclear family right there. Okay. Mikael. After the final battle, he will travel to Noda to help rebuild and keep the peace, where he will meet with Mythos and have a reunion with him and enjoy seeing his company. Despite not having a weapon, he has an aura of confidence about him. He completed his task from Babylon and has a white hat that hangs from his chest. He is now the Prince of Crows and a Prince of Peace. After helping getting Noda situated, seeing Mythos inspires him to seek out his old group. He will track down all of his previous teammates, Thorn being last in the event that she is still enraged. While heading to the Pale City, Mikael runs into his brother Bongo and embraces him with their handshake and a hug. He is almost brought to tears that he is alive, and notices how much stronger and more of a warrior he looks now. They will travel together to seek out his old teammates and to catch up. In his travels, he will convert and preach all that he could about Varen and his blessings. After being content with his travels, he would go wherever Bongo would go, eventually both of them having families. He would write letters and once a month go see his mother and the other orc villagers. She never gets over Paul now that he is alive and the size of a horse. Mikael meets a human woman and they have one male child together, Felipe Grace. He believed it to only be natural to name him after his father. Well, one. You have one. Flow. After the battle at the wall, Flo stays behind as a guardian in the shadows of the Pale City. He knows criminals and scum will take advantage of the city in its weakened state. He helps stand up the Pale City Guard and helps set guidelines of the rules of law in the Pale City. He will visit his friends periodically during the day before he serves his duty at night. He checks on Gideon and his progress at the College of Knowledge and will bring him decorated white bird feathers, a tradition set in the Twisting Pines village. He brings the gift and apologizes for spitting out his potion in time of need. He asks for forgiveness, for without him, they wouldn't have saved Matheria or the Pale City. He visits Galdrin and Jenny over the years to check in and to be Uncle Flo. The relationship, his friendship rock fully restored, he brings Galdrin a large obsidian rock to give him in trade of his rock. He commends them for retiring and starting a family. He starts to think maybe he wants some of that life Matheria talked about, and Jenny and Galdrin are having. When Mythos returns from his quest, he will ask him if he made a move on Matheria, and tongue-in-cheek if he didn't. He will ask him what he plans on doing and wish him the best of luck. To Farron, he will bring her a gift of a fancy quill and a fresh notepad, and a letter he leaves at her doorstep after a night patrol. He is a bit nervous to approach her now, with thoughts of seeing her a beautiful woman holds more weight than that of a comrade, but he is a saint of conviction and approaches her after patrol one night and offers to help her rebuild her home. He will help her rebuild and bring her flowers every day, attempting to woo her. She rejects him because he is too brash and has never tried or wanted to court a woman. He has AKA no riz. She eventually agrees to marry him. Hold on. I'll go double check Farron's. Oh, okay. I just needed to double check. Good old Flaren. Okay, I just had to double check. She eventually agrees to marry him, and they have a beautiful wedding. Time more will pass, and they will have 3 beautiful children, Robin, Lark, and Merle. At which time, Flo has a time of prayer and discussion with his wife. He changes the color of his robes and discards the title of Saint of Matheria and becomes the Dark Knight. And as a reminder of what Matheria told him, as symbol of fear and justice to those who would bring ill-begotten intent to the Pale City. At the age of 10, he will bring Robin on patrols of crime fighting, showing him the importance of a mission bigger than himself. He dresses his son in red and puts RR on his chest as a reminder of his family name, Rabba Reidemann. The other 2 children take more after their mother, but loves them all the same. He will also teach Farron some home cooking and recipes from back home. Ending. He will be a grand knight of Matheria, but operate out of the shadows, so others may walk in the light of peace. He will be a bastion of peace and justice, and his zealous fire will be tempered by his wife and his kids. He will learn something he hasn't ever before compromise. He will learn something he has never before compromise. For at night, while others sleep, the Dark Knight rises and watches over those who trust him. Okay. Jenny. After the battle at the wall, Jenny will return, screaming Palavra de Cura en Massa, and being reassured that she is not still in combat with the crime of ignorance, will be ready to serve her goddess in any way she is commanded. Upon being educated about Metheria's plan to eventually give up her divinity and to settle down with a family to simply live her life, Jenny will take this as a segue opportunity to follow her own heart. She will approach Galdrin Gracespine with romantic intent. I like you, Galdrin. You laugh when it's time for merriment, you rage when it's time for fighting, and you are a supportive voice when all seems dark. She will explain that it is her understanding that as his family has been pardoned, and beyond that his sainthood, that ladies would no doubt line up for him now, and that she would like to be at the front of that line. Should he take her upon it, they would be joined in whatever matrimony Metheria would approve of, and then get to work on repopulating for the dwarves. She would finally hang up her spear, like her mother did before her, and just be a good wife and mom, teaching every one of those kids the virtues of a perfect spear formation, no matter how much their father insists that axes are more dwarvish. She would also keep an eye out for black blood among her children, in case that Hill actually is a legitimate child, and it's a genetic thing. Guess I'll roll for kids when I get to Galdrin. Telri. After the Battle of the Wall, Telri would ask all Arcadum on behalf of Metheria and her saints about his sister Ginny and if she could be returned to them. Telri will reunite with Nar, Abby, and Chrome at the wall. He will meet Juno and find it incredibly humorous that this particular group will be running around with a Maiden of Fate. Under Nar's advisement, Telri resists the idea of trying again with Abby, as she has no interest in him whatsoever, just as well as Telri doesn't mind to settle down anytime soon, and would rather travel Corvanis and observe the changes. Telri would travel with his old friends, and a new one, to learn what he can of the current condition of the continent. After some time, he remembers his promise to his father. A promise to return to the Pale City and rejoin the family in working to guide the newly freed and restored Metherian people to their new faith. And beyond that, in prevention of future repetition of the problems Corvanis had fallen prey to, one method of achieving this would be eventually joining Saint Gideon Tarot in his efforts to form a college of knowledge in the Pale City. Nar, Juno, and Telri spend quite a bit of time around each other while traveling, though at first, Juno being the same race as Marlowe is unsettling. Eventually, the two would find companionship around their campfires, swapping stories over sticky sweets long after Nar goes off to sleep. Juno becomes a regular ear for Telri's endless questions and thought experiments, an encouraging and gentle friend. Before returning in earnest, Telri would ask Juno for a reading of his fate, almost as a hope for the reassurance of his decision. After this, and a few other reassuring conversations, he would turn to her and awkwardly suggest, It might be easier and less awkward to go home and wear my family colors again if I had someone else wear them with me. What do you think? After long travels together, Telri would eventually return to the Pale City in earnest, with a Juno lantern bridge on his arm, as both a development of their travels and an aggressive statement about the acceptance of foreigners and magic in the Pale City under his new influence. Jenny Lanternbridge disliked that. Though he never fathers any children of his own, he is more than content to be a cool uncle to Jenny and Galdrin's children and spoils their eldest, like letting them smoke, and is sometimes an unfortunate font of knowledge to them, tending to answer just about any question they ever ask about anything in far too much detail. Farron. To Matheria, Farron will uphold her pledge of service. After defeating the demons at the wall, she will travel with Matheria to the Fallowlands to meet with the Barrel King and to give her support as Matheria stands trial for her crimes as a mortal, and hopefully reconciles with her family. Afterwards, seeing Matheria's resolve to making things right, Farron will ask for Matheria's support in traveling to the Misted Lands to hopefully make peace with the Druids and potentially stand by Farron's side as she reconciles with her own people. They will continue traveling together until the peace on the whole of Corvanis is achieved. Personal. At that time, whether or not Matheria chooses to keep her divinity, Farron will stay a saint of the church. She didn't work so hard and risk so much to give up her position of power and leadership. She will mostly step away from field missions and stay in the Pale City as a diplomat/liaison between the new church and the rest of the continent for the rest of her life. She will rarely travel anymore. Farron will choose a home in the Pale City to rebuild. From here, she will conduct her business as a saint and also have some place stable to return to after business meetings. She will fill the home with handcrafted art like her captain's quarters and the Eye used to be. Paintings, macrame, pottery, wood carvings, silver workings, and lots of cozy hand-knitted items. As her duties finally turn more towards politics and less towards missions and quests, Farron will look for a husband. She considers Donnie Ogerson. While he always brings a genuine smile to her face when they meet, she concludes that he is too short-lived. She also considers Captain Dwayne Castle. She never did have the chance to meet up with him in person, and none of her most recent letters have received responses. Since neither of them confessed their feelings outright to one another, since he's most likely missing in action or dead from the last mission, and since much has changed in the world and even herself, perhaps it is best to let things lie. Flow. As time goes on, Farron will be surprised by a thoughtful letter and a scribe's kit as a gift for her continued service as the saint to the people. To show her gratitude, Farron will meet with Flo for drinks and to catch up. With both of them serving in the Pale City, somehow one simple meeting turns into regular outings together. Impressed by his tenacity in wooing her, Farron eventually agrees to marry him. They have a proper Matherian-style commitment in marriage and have 3 children over the years. The firstborn, a son named Robin, the second, another son named Merle, and finally, one daughter named Lark. Mythos. Farron regularly sees Mythos around town and at meetings as they both continue their work in the Pale City. Otherwise, they go their separate ways and have very little contact in the average day-to-day. She approves of his devotion to Matheria and would not argue or speak out against their union. Gideon. Farron would caution him before he sets out to start the college and to be careful around Tellarius the Younger. He may have been the only halfling she agreed with the most, but he still follows Alakan High, and the ideas he stood for during the peace talks or at the wall felt like they were more personal benefit and ambitions and not for the benefit of Corvanis as a whole. Otherwise, she wishes him the best and hopes for his happiness. Should his relationship with Thorn prosper, she leaves an open invitation for the both of them to come visit any time they are back in the Pale City. If they do decide to visit, Farron will forgive Thorn's lapse in judgment in leaving the party, and attempt an apology for not being able to give the leadership that was needed at the time. Galdrin and Genevieve. Farron stops by the Forge weekly to share a drink with Galdrin. She often brings her latest craft to show him. Farron is still icy towards Genevieve, even upon her miraculous return. When Galdrin and Jenny decide to get married, out of deep respect for Galdrin, Farron will be civil and not make one rude comment about halflings all day. Each year, she will send the growing Gracebine family a decorated and embellished letter with a handmade gift on the most holy day of celebration. Secretly, Farron is self-conscious and somewhat jealous that halflings in general are faster and more prolific at reproduction. The rivalry between Genevieve and herself will continue even as mothers, always trying to outdo one another with their children's accomplishments. Although Farron does get better at apologies and forgiveness to other people, it is never easy for her to bring up the trauma of the demon wastes. Unless Jenny makes the first move, Farron will never actually forgive Genevieve or apologize for what happened. High Inquisitor Trent. Farron would reach out to Trent and try to convince him to join the new order of the church. If he refuses, simply because he cannot accept the new doctrines or seeing his goddess in the flesh, she will attempt to ease him into retirement to make sure that he is comfortably prepared for it. She would like to remain his friend and visit him in his twilight years if possible, playing strategy games together and reminiscing about olden days. Overall ending. A renegade out of necessity, Farron remains one for life. She never truly loses the sharpness of her demeanor, but does try to show her softer side more frequently, especially once she reconciles with the druids and becomes a mother, and takes to heart the lessons that her team has taught her. Mythos. Mythos will carry out his duty to Noda to discuss peace talks with those present. If he reconnects with his former friends Mikael and Thorn, then he would take the time to apologize to Mikael for not informing the others of his intent, and for standing up for him when things went wrong. He would also thank Thorn for having the strength in her heart to make the hardest decision of the party, and making it back alive as well. With the demonic threat taken care of, and peace finally coming to Corvanis, Mythos will confess his true feelings to Matheria. He will state that his followings and beliefs did not necessarily align with the church, but went deeper than the teachings that they offered. He would state that though the thoughts in his head may have been idealized, that in heart he knew that what was true. That through the church's teachings and the dogmas they presented, that the thing he truly followed was the light she offered, the core of subtle beliefs of the church could never do away with when trying to teach of her ways, the wisdom to guide her people to a better place, the resolve to protect the innocent and the weak, and the strength of her resolve to fight for the people and things she cared about, even when it came time to make hard decisions. He would confess that through his journeys there were times when his love for her, his goddess, did waver, but would clarify that it was not due to the things that he learned about her along the way, but that it was due to his own shortcomings, and not feeling as though he deserved to love her. He would tell her that he is one of the few who were there to endure the weight of her guilt, one of the few that witnessed and even felt the pain and suffering she has endured. He would tell her that he does not resent her, that he understands what she had to go through and accepts her for what she had to do, and that he forgives her, because he personally knows that it was not a decision that she wanted to make, and that it was one that she had to make, because she truly believed it was the only way. Then he will reassure her that even if the rest of the world resents her for what she did, that he will always stand by her side. He would then tell Matheria that he loves her, that the love in his heart for her was what kept him going through his sheltered upbringing. It's what got him through as things on the continent seemed to worsen. It's what gave him the resolve to push forward, even when he didn't seem like he was able to do much, and when he had failed to do the things he wanted to do and make things better. He would also tell her that he would like to spend some time to get to know the real Matheria, the woman standing before him, not the goddess, not the traitor, but her herself. Depending on Matheria's response to his confession, and also depending on whether or not she keeps her divinity, here's what he would do. Reading something. Okay. To Mythos' request, Matheria, due to the actions and due to the developments across Corvanis, eventually Matheria will give up her divinity and will seek to live a simple life of simple pleasures. And as Mythos has made himself available, and that his feelings for her are true, she will eventually accept. And so, They will seek to live a life together, but not as a goddess and a servant, but as two mortals in a simple life. As time passes and Gideon establishes his College of Knowledge, Mythos will become a frequent visitor. He'd spend his free time there. He'd learn more about gods and cultures and the differences therein, in order to maintain as much peace as possible. He would also suggest that maybe the college should be built in Saphira as well, so that knowledge could be shared. And eventually, this network would begin to grow as the library in Moaz-Kadan and the other forces of knowledge begin to enwrap themselves as one. Galdrin. After the battle on the wall, which wasn't much of a battle, Galdrin, fighting with everything that he has this whole time in the name of Mytheria and for Corvanis, will wander back towards his home and family, unsure as what he will do next. What will he do now that he no longer has to fight for his own survival? Lost in the darkness of uncertainty, a light catches his attention as Ginny returns and runs to his side. After all this fighting, he takes the chance to settle down in the Pale City that he calls his new home and offers it to his parents, Dalgrim Greyspine, Varda Greyspine, and any of his clan that wish to go there. For now, his name would be Greyspine, strong and proud and filled with glory. He would spend his time making the Pale City whole again, no longer wielding a hammer of war, but a hammer of peace. And as he and Ginny both accept their romantic intentions, they would walk their paths together and start a family. And then he will be able to pass down from his ancestral teachings to his eldest son or daughter, and then his axe to be passed down like a mantle to each of them. He will be seen working hard in his forge, hard for the city that he now calls home, but he will make time for Ginny, for a dwarf can easily get lost in his work. His parents would visit often to adore their grandchildren, spoiling them and filling their heads with more dwarven stories. Galdrin grows old and content, and the day that he passes with a smile upon his face. Hey there, Dark Sermon. It was an absolute pleasure to run for you guys. I really enjoyed it. All the different things that happened, even though we went through our growing pains. People leaving, people going, people... well, you know how it is. We made it through a lot together, and the group that I ended up with, and all the people therein and between, it was worth it. I really do think it was. I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all of you, basically. For playing, for participating. It was a great time. And I hope that I will see you again, in whatever form that might be. And so, the dark sermon fades into history. Their story is done. The Silver Star. Skaya. Skaya and Soktek wed, and all of their friends are invited. They then journey to the eastern swamps of Corvanis, where they live a life of domestic bliss and an earned rest. It is there that Skaya learns the nature of her own people, as well as Soktek of his own. And although they may not travel to their homelands, it is here within the swamps that they form a life of their own, one of understanding and compassion. Would you like me to roll for children? I don't know if... No? Okay. Fair enough. Navi. Navi would face his chieftain and challenge him for the title of chieftain, and bring his tribe to the new city that would be founded in the Isle of Mana. In the end, Navi will have his tribe continue to be demon hunters. Even if there are no demons about, he would still train them, for there are darker things than demons. Terrible things, as Navi has learned. His tribe would be strong, and it would be ready for whatever comes to pass. Reiko. After things have settled with the druids and the wedding is done, Reiko will, with her newfound understanding of druidism and the ley lines, take her place within the grove, protecting it as she helps purify the circles, and working with the archdruid will see that the circles of the north and the one in the Isle of Mana are repaired. Ryoji. Ending of a story, the beginning of a tale. After a long and arduous journey, encountering death many times, Ryoji is grateful to the friend who has stayed by his side throughout it all. He knows that if it were not for Jacket, he would have died many times over. However, Ryoji also knows that he can no longer stay with Jacket. After the sins he has committed, he must denounce their marriage and servitude to him, as they must now walk their own paths. Ryoji remains on the Mana Isles, speaking with Anvantis, seeking to transform the forward base known as the Fallen Star into a city that will help Anvantis reconnect with her people. His efforts do not go to waste, as when the Vega realize what they are, Anvantis awakens with them, and Ryoji performs a pilgrimage to the south and bequeaths her index to Tail to ensure that the histories of who they once were, even if it wasn't real, would be remembered. And once peace and order has been established, Ryoji returns to Glaeus to share his journey with Solomon and his clan. There, he hopes to convince any willing druids to accompany him back to the Mana Isles to help maintain the newly founded Druid Grove. Jacket. Jacket, the ember of emotion. The ember of ambition. Jacket and Ryoji formally break off their relationship, and Jacket accepts his failure in protecting Ryoji. He sets about to protecting and keeping safe the city of the Fallen Star and Corvanis from those who would wish harm upon them, and to bring peace to all the souls lost in the storm of what has happened. Hopefully, together with his allies and companions, they could create a multicultural city where all are welcome. And there, a ruling council, made up of a leader of each race and class in the Druids. Once it is all said and done, Jacket Taro will begin to fade into the background, to focus on being the protector and guardian of the fallen star and Corvanis. Booker. Once everything has been tied up in Corvanis, Booker would hand in his dossier to Isola, as he was hired to do. Booker then plans to spend time in Corvanis to research the colors, specifically orange and yellow. Experiencing them firsthand, he wants to learn more about their power. Understanding the reasoning of Corvanis being orange bait, and possibly looking into the potentials of what would have happened if Corvanis went to plan and what it would accomplish. Taking that research, he would consider making his own conduit for the colors to learn more. Once he gained the right information, he would travel the road in search of more information. And this information he would find. For upon Booker's journey, he will discover the temples of the Seven. And through the confines of his mortal life, he will travel the continents, discover their similarities, how they are connected, and in a profound discovery, fate has yet to reveal. Brutus. Using the knowledge from Sky and Shock Tech, Brutus leaves to search for a way to Calcatesh to learn more about Eos and be able to follow under her better knowing little video of her banner or whatever. Once there, Krasix probably, he sets up an adventure and a mercenary company called Even Bigger Fistin to gather information. He then changes it to Silver Fist because that first one's a mouthful. And so, he worships Eos more proper-like and goes about on work on repenting the wrongdoings that he did to Falael. Hell yeah. Silver Fist. And so, Silver Star. What a wild ride that was. God. You want to talk about how many times I had to remake what I was doing? Goodness gracious. But it was great. I really enjoyed all of our moments together, and I'm very grateful for them. I would do it again. I'd do it twice as much even. And I really hope that I get to see you guys again. Thank you for playing in my game and playing with me. And I do really hope to see you guys again. And thus, Silver Star fades into history. The ending. Corvanis, undergoes a transformation from the efforts of its heroes. Religious freedom and understanding are the seeds of which blooms a new era, one of scholarly pursuits and exchange of religious fervor. The libraries of Corvanis begin to rival even that of Calcatesh or Glaeus. The strength of faith slowly turns away from the traditional views of deity-based worship and turns eventually to the exploration of the space between science and magic. Unlike their Calcateshian rivals, however, Corvanis does not force the incompatible pieces together. Rather, a cast of symbiosis is explored instead. The twin coin of industry and spirit begin their complicated dance. City-states eventually adopt a new system of peace composed of two parties, opposed and deigned to keep each other in check. The councils ruling each side in equality and compassion, the act of voting is introduced as the seeds of democracy begin to envelop around the consul idea, and such it is reflected in the walks of everyday life. Eventually, the color of orange is replaced with that of blue, as art begins to expand and expression is nurtured. A unique form of culture arises from the remnants of the war-torn continent. It takes on the form of a twin existence of natural order and invention. The hundreds of years that pass would see Corvanis and its intense faith begin to seek higher forms of study and enlightenment. And as the next planar war darkens the door of Verum, Corvanis would do its part as a society of balance and conviction. But that is a story for another time. And so, the wheel turns. And thus, we have reached the end of Corvanis. Each of your accomplishments have been tallied against the greater sum, and many of which have yet to be written. For the primordial state of where our journeys will take us next have yet to be prepared. But still, the ripples of your history and achievement will be seen for many years to come. To all of you, my community, my players, viewers, whichever label that you find suits you, I must now take a small moment to address my own heart. I was in a dark place when I ran Conflux and the time before. I was struggling with how I could make things better and how I could expand on it and how I could make myself proud of my work. While I do think that there are still mistakes made and there are still things that I must improve on, I am proud of the work that we did. I am proud of this story that we made together. And it is my hope that you will continue to be a part of that experience in whichever form that suits you. I can never express enough how grateful I am to have all of you as players, to have you in my community, to have you be viewers, any extension of all of that. I don't have the words. All I can say is thank you. And know when I say those two words that there is much more involved in them than just their utterance. The time ahead is probably going to be hard, as I'll be streaming work nonstop on the new system that I hope that you will all play with me in. And there might seem to be a forgetfulness of what we have accomplished here. I hope that no one takes it that way. My desire to make a new system and to move to the next continent has nothing to do with a disdain of Corvanis or any past work that I've done. It is merely the call and march of ever forward, of always innovating, of always trying to improve my craft. And I hope that you will be there. And I am, of course, grateful to all of you for sticking with me this far. Now, feelings aside, some announcements. As Corvanis is officially done, streams from this point forward will be focused towards Prism and the creation of the system. It should also be noted that there will be lots of events in the Discord. We're going to be doing things like testing for the game. Like, obviously, we're going to be doing a lot of Prism testing. There will be arenas. There will be special events, things like that could get you all sorts of rewards and things like that. I fully intend to be active in the Discord, just as, probably even more so, to be honest, than I was before, without having such heavily scheduled games eating up all the time I possibly have. I will, of course, be constantly streaming the entire time, all of the work in Prism, and maybe even a couple of fun video game streams, maybe every once in a while. If any of you would like to support that, you can do so through either subbing on Twitch, or you can save that money that you would allocate to that and use it on the Kickstarter when it comes out, which I should be finishing it up by the end of the month. I'll have to send it in to get approved, which usually takes about 8 days. So it'll probably be somewhere around July 10th when it's actually live, if you are interested in that sort of thing. But that is the plan moving forward. July, I will be working on the classes, launching the Kickstarter by the end of the month, or waiting for it to get approved, and then launching it, and basically taking care of all of that stuff. I'll be posting in the Discord updates on events and schedules and things like that. I'll be looking to schedule, community events and stuff to keep everyone connected. And I really hope that everyone will be there. I suppose I'll leave it up to this point to answer any questions that you might have. Although my voice is pretty tired because I just talked for like 4.5 hours straight. But if anybody has any questions, go ahead and type them out now, and I'll get to as many as I can while I still got some voice. I'd love a Mr. Silver quick epilogue. I already gave it. He watches over the Brass Orphanage. Can we have a lore reveal stream? About what? About just anything? Probably. I could probably do that at some point. Who was the imposter deputy Thane Sorrel Shades during, and what was your plan with that? Oh, that was a plan to bring in the Dwergar. That was one of the plans. What are some of the funniest decisions from Corvanis? Completely abandoning storylines like the Court of Curses, Sins of the Father, the Court of Scorn, crazy shit like that. Where is Talakar going to end up with his body being taken over by the Forbidden Apprentice? Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy? What happened to the Astaroth follower that Forgotten City brought back and freed, and why did it make the Sorrow imposter scared? Because he was an imposter. What happened to Her High Holiness and the Smiling Knight? They were destroyed. What happened to Jerry? What didn't happen to Jerry? I believe what I last wrote, he and Varric are still in Saphira. serving the dusk lilies. What ended up happening to the souls sent back from silence and sorrow? They were released into the cycle. Did the Toad King recover from the restoration efforts of the ley lines? Yes. Where did the avarice man go? He faded as the elvish powers were released in the Pale City, as that's technically where his power source came from. Will Dale get his war? I suppose we'll see. What was the true answer to the Eektikon puzzle? So, the Eektikon puzzle was actually a reference towards the code that was used by the sphere and the other Taladonic parts that Tyr used in order to make the settings needed, right? So, the warning was both a reference towards how those pieces would interact with each other, and it essentially heralded the Star Children. It heralded, like, the Taladonic influence, and ultimately the vessel that you guys ended up in Wit's End, and all the remnants of Tyr's attempt to reclaim those pieces together. It's also what the Wayward Tower is, as well. Who was the Alice? That is a great question. So, this is something that you guys don't really know about. Rasputus, when he took it, is now actually being fought by the IRL group. That's their like big mission that they have. So the IRL group is fighting Rasputus, which I think is great. Do children inherit color powers? No, they do not. Although they are more likely to activate them, I suppose. What happens to the practitioners? The practitioners, as knowledge begins to spread throughout Corvanis, will become a higher tiered order of, like... Well, I mean, I guess they'll stay the same, but their purpose will change. Not really their purpose either. I guess they just stay the same. They'd still be practitioners. Yeah, I don't see why they would change that. How is Laza? Not good. Did we learn what happened to Laza? No. You guys did not. But essentially, as the Cornelian Circle is split into shards, Laza returns to his previous studies with the Cyclops. He returns to his duties with the Giantkin, and I'm pretty sure Laza ends up going to the Vegan Isles. That's probably where he ends up, but I haven't decided yet. Did anything happen to that mutated Trog that Fane dumped mana into? No, I didn't expand that. What happens with the Kosai brothers politically? Politically, they will form their own city-state, which eventually, over the time of political marriages and whatnot, that land and the land that the Brass Baron owns will all become a singular country. That's my plan, at least. What do the Broken Oaks look like after reconstruction? Well, it's probably going to be like, I'd say it looks like, I'm trying to think of an IRL equivalent to it. I can't think of one, though. It'd be like... like big-ass redwood trees, like in California, right? And, like, just a series of towns and cities in there. It looks like the fixed oaks. Yeah. How much time will there be between Corvanis to Aelonclast? So the time between Corvanis to Aelonclast, I have not decided yet, but it will probably be approximately 400 to 800 years. I have to go back and actually write stuff for Gallows, and I have to write stuff for Calcutta. Like I have to take those epilogues and see what impacts that they have there, and calibrate. I have to calibrate what does Corvanis do once it enters the world stage, and all that stuff. I still have a lot of work to do on that. What exactly was the ghost exposure we encountered in the Forgotten City? You mean the ghost fire? Is that what you're referencing? Did the blue flame make a difference with the Baron? Yeah. I mean, it's industry, right? Yeah, like I haven't decided because like I haven't actually written Aelonclast yet. I've been so worked on the system. Like I have certain parts of it written, but it's not ready yet, right? Because I needed your guys' epilogues and conclusion before I could decide what the parameters of Aelonclast would be. So Corvanis being a coalition state of magic and nature, or excuse me, of invention and nature, and magic and science, means that it's along the lines with Calcatesh, but its entire belief system is different because Calcatesh is heavily monarched and it leans towards monarchies than it does to democracy, whereas Corvanis is a consulate system that uses the seeds of democracy as they start to form. So it's going to be a completely different outlook. So I mean, it's just a lot of things I have to decide and then write. So what became of Baladan? So Baladan being released back eventually by the destruction of Tyr and the destruction of Agamemnon, and more importantly the influence of the Yellow, means that Baladan returns to the solace of the story, to the place that you went to with Sagas. What was I don't know how to pronounce that, or the Broken Moon constellation that influenced the construction of the City of Glass? Can you say that again? I'm not sure what you mean. What was meant to be the result of the original Lords of Light questline? Which one? The Court of Curses or the Lords of Light? What was the fifth brother? That was another one of those facsimiles to be birthed in order to continue the spread of the chaos. What happens to the yokai elements Gate and Guardians interacted with? They will eventually be removed. So. The City of Glass. Oh, yeah. So the architecture of the City of Glass was meant to represent the prophetic falling of the stars, because that's Falael's influence and a little bit more of Tyr. It's essentially the opposing forms of prophecy and what Tyr used in order to know how much time he had and things like that. Because technically speaking, all the continents in Verum, with some exceptions, are seeded by Eldari. They are seeded by the Eldar, right? Because they send out their, I guess, that's what the Star Children are, right? They're basically nuclear bombs of life that are sent out to seed, like, the world with life, with intelligent life, right? That's what the world seed is in this regard. They're like synthetic versions of that. And it was one of the ways that the Eldar answered the creation of humanity when they fought against Dragonstar. Bar the gods of knowledge in Babylon, what other gods have had their influence greatly increased within Corvanis now? Cassius and Glory, and can't see. It'd be Babylon. It'd be Ezekine, Alok, and Hyrule, Theris. It would be Glory. It would be Cassius. Gaze in a rock because of all the because of the skinwalkers. What happened to the fourth circle of druids, the circle of flames? That was destroyed in war. Yeah. Veyron? Well, Veyron does have a representative, but his manifestation would be slower, right? Like, eventually Veyron would come, but he's not nearly as manifested as the others, like, because Cassius has a much bigger presence. Like, there's also stuff that the IRL group has done that I haven't allocated yet. Did Crowley's influence also appear in Corvanis? It did not. Thank God. Jesus. I'm so glad a player did not make a follower of fucking Crowley and try to, like... I should say, that successfully tried to spread his word and knew anything about him. Yes, I know someone followed Crowley. Kind of. Can we get a summary for what the IRL groups did? They're not finished yet. So, although the first IRL group basically started the storyline of Mournhowl with the Regent King. That was like their major thing that they did. Is this how you saw Corvanis going from the start? Well, so, you know, I kind of did this thing where I wanted to tell a story that's more zoomed in. That's less about world-ending apocalypse, you know, all of creation is on the line. I wanted to keep it just to a continental level threat, right? And I'd lead up to the continent being threatened. You know, I tried to keep things more regional, more political, more straightforward. I think I somewhat succeeded in that. I also think, I don't know, I think the, if I could do it again, I would do all the tier stuff much later and to less of an obvious degree. I would have mixed it up a little bit. But at the end of the day, like, look, I don't know what storylines people are actually going to do while I'm writing them, right? Like, people could just ignore all the shit that I've prepared. So, I mean, I'm not trying to, like, say that it was bad that everything happened the way it did, because I think we stayed within a continental level threat, right? Because that's where I wanted us to be. I do kind of wish that I had done a better job of increasing the resolution of regional politics, perils, threats, and development in a way that was interesting to players and in a way that story didn't take them out of it, right? I think that was probably one of my big regrets with what I did with Corvanis was a lot of people's storylines just took them out of the regions that had all this prepared content by the natural concourse of the storytelling, right? Like Bound and Broken's different because their whole thing started with the journey to the west, which is fine. It's a classic story. But like Fields of Fire, they did like all this development in Flanderton, and then he just left, and then he got stuck in a fucking science dungeon. You know what I mean? Like there are some things that I would have done differently, I think, if I had like foreseen some things. I definitely would have liked people to linger a bit more in the places that they had development, and most of that's just my storytelling threads were too urgent. They pulled them too hard. So yeah, there's a couple of things, but these are all things that I wouldn't really know would happen until after I had done them, right? Adjustments that I have to make. So I also I think I'm going to tone down my randomization charts. In the Violet Arc, people really fucking enjoyed them. And I think people really enjoyed them here. But I think there's something to be said that having a flash of endorphin and a flash of wow happen that completely detaches from a storyline is not worth the firecracker, if you know what I mean. Although, actually, that's not really that true either, because a lot of really cool things happen from that. I'm going back and forth on that, to be honest, because on the one hand, you have these incredible developments that would never have happened if I didn't have this style of randomness. But then you have the other side of the coin, which is like, this randomness means that this thing didn't get finished or developed. And that can leave people feeling dissatisfied, I think. So just things for me to work on, I think. D100 is the best content. What was the fifth brother? Was it actually a brother? No, it was a. It was like, you know how the clones were being made. It was like that. It was for the chaos to spread. And technically, it was the. I guess you would say the ending brother, right? Like it would be the. It's like the fifth horseman, right? Yeah. But ultimately, look, as much as I find flaws in the stuff that I did and all that, ultimately I think this was a good job, man. Like, I really think that. Like, maybe some people don't agree, but I mean, we did 2 years of content, guys. Do you know how rare that is for a D&D game from start to completion? Last 2 years and actually finish? Like, man, maybe it's just because people have a different perspective, but in my lifetime of playing D&D, it is incredibly fucking rare to start a game and finish it. Like, actually finish it. You know? So I think like, we did it, man. We got to the end. You know, we got to explore so many different aspects of, like, morality, humanity, and things like that. And I thought it was a really good juxtaposition for just how people interacted with those events. Like, you had evil, you had good, you had chaos, you had law. Like, you had all these different ways of exploring these different things. And I think that's a really cool thing. So I think to me, personally, I think we did a good job. I really do. Like, there's just so many cool things we got to explore. Depthar egg, my lord? Oh, that was destroyed. Don't worry about that. Did the Sacred Apprentice make the Chimera and brand its balls with the Maker's Mark? Yes. Well, indirectly, but yes. What happened to the SCTC? They blew up. Quite literally, exploded. And Fields of Fire rescued the people that survived the explosion of the Silver Coast, of Saltbriar, and like saved a bunch of people, including like Thorn's family and stuff. Is the Church of Mytheria no longer hostile to other religions? It is completely changed. It is kind of like a convalescence of all these different belief structures that are kind of nurtured around a pantheistic existence. Will there be gaming streams and work streams? Yeah, I'm going to be working every day at 12 p.m. EST to 4 p.m. EST, Monday through Fridays, all the way up to the end. And then on weekends, I'll be doing like community nights. I'll be doing things like, special game streams and stuff. So that's the idea. Anyway, my voice is like shot, guys. So I'm probably going to call it there. Don't worry. I'll probably do more lore stuff or just ask me about it in the Discord. Like, I'm going to be in there. But my voice is shot. So, oh God, I can barely breathe. Thank you for watching. Thank you for playing. Thank you for supporting. Once again, those 2 words don't seem like they're enough, but there's a lot more to it than just those 2 words. You guys are great. I will see you all next time. Man. 2 years. 2 years.